at the middle school.
10-4.
Delta 125, when it cross down.
Cross down 10-4. Delta 160, copy, sir.
10-4.
Adam 140, it's going to be Bob Johnson for both.
North. The 400 block of Old Robstown. Possible missing person.
400 block over us on 10-4. Delta 180, wait 10-4.
Take Shoreline 0, good one.
10-4.
Other.
Delta 160, 10-4. Delta 120, will stay clear.
Delta 160. Males no longer on the property or inside. Will be clear.
10-4. Delta 120, disregard, click on the wrong one. Delta 120, Delta 160, can you remember that trespass violation? 5155H37. 5155H37 at La Quinta, 37, and navigation. Call them by the housekeeper, move on.
Charlie 170, CW issued, both units will be clear.
10-4. Denver.
4. Clear the other, George.
Clear to George 0838.
Medic 71. East Coast Care Banking Service, 2 patient refusals. Received. Banking Service, patient refusal. Dispatch from Engine A, we're in the area looking around. Engine A, received.
County in the area.
The Nueces County Pill Take-Back Day is scheduled Saturday, October 25th at the Health Department on Horn Road. The event starts at 10 in the morning and ends at 2 in the afternoon. Organizers will collect unused or expired pills, but will not accept needles or liquids. So, something as small as dropping off a bottle of pills can help protect kids, prevent addiction, and keep our community safe. On the West Side, I'm your Sunrise Neighborhood News reporter, Michaela Chavez, Chris 6 News.
3807.
309. Repeating 2510-03-2309.
We should have to be watching the military equipment until about 4 o'clock.
Yeah, boy.
322-301, I'm outside the telephone.
Yeah, boy.
Last County Road 1144, approximately half a mile from 77. County Road 1144, half a mile from 77. It's going to be a black cab. Has a yellow ear tag with the number 84 on it. Yeah.
Zero two.
David Lincoln Robert 11102.
David Lincoln Robert 1112.
02.
00.
October 8th, 1985, marked the beginning of a string of brutal robberies that rocked South Florida. Two masked men used military weapons in a violent spree that threatened innocents. But no one knew who they were or where they would strike next. Before the FBI could stop them, lives would be lost, and law enforcement would be changed forever.
In Miami, a gang of robbers targeted banks and armored cars. They carried assault weapons and weren't afraid to use them. They struck during the day and sometimes twice a day. For a while, they seemed unstoppable. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. We knew that to stop these criminals would require stealth, ingenuity, and perhaps a little luck. No one expected to become one of the bloodiest chapters in FBI history.
Miami, Florida, 1985. To FBI agents, it seemed a city under siege. Each week, there were 3 to 5 bank robberies. Kidnappings, major drug deals, and shootings were everyday occurrences. But just when it seemed things couldn't get any worse, a new breed of outlaws hit the streets and turned the Miami crime wave into a war. On October 8th, an armored car courier made a scheduled pickup at a steak and ale restaurant. The driver waited for his partner to return, unaware that two heavily armed men were also waiting nearby. As the guard approached the rear of the truck, the gunman advanced with military-style precision.
Hold it! Come up! Yes, I can. Over! I can. Turn over the door! Turn over the door! Open the door!
The driver refused to open his door. He drove away, following company policy. The subjects retreated to a getaway car and attempted to camouflage their escape with a military-issue smoke grenade. The Metro-Dade County Police and the FBI responded to the scene. Robberies of armored cars and banks fall under FBI jurisdiction. The supervisor of the Miami FBI's Violent Crimes Unit was Special Agent Gordon McNeil.
There were basically no clues as far as who these individuals were. We had absolutely no idea, no way to go. No one had seen them without the black hoods over their faces. They wore gloves on both hands.
One piece of information witnesses did provide was the license number of the getaway car. Agents tracked the number and learned the car had been stolen a month before. But the lead was a dead end. The robbers had escaped with only $2,800. But their use of military weapons and commando tactics convinced Agent McNeil they would probably strike somewhere in Miami again. But where and when? The answer came just 8 days later. At a busy supermarket on South Dixie Highway, another armored car arrived to make a scheduled pickup. A courier returned to the truck with several money bags filled with cash and receipts. He never saw the car that came around the corner.
Should I arrive to Waterwell on where? That's for the inspector.
The robbers escaped empty-handed.
With the main down, over on 8th.
Metro-Dade Police and the FBI quickly responded to the alarm.
6 Adam 31, 1097.
These men were clearly not afraid to use deadly force.
They're trying to find that guy.
The courier would later die from his injury. While he was taken to the hospital, agents interviewed his partner. As he described the gunmen, it quickly became obvious they were probably the same men responsible for the previous robbery at the Steak and Ale restaurant.
There was no money taken in that particular robbery, but there were a number of shots fired. So the ante was still going up here as far as I was concerned because of the continued use of violence by these two individuals.
Ballistics evidence would further confirm the connection between the two robberies. Investigators found double-aught buckshot from a 12-gauge shotgun, 45 caliber bullet casings, and 223 shell casings. The 223s seemed most significant.
Your grandson plays football?
And the identification division of the firearms unit of the FBI laboratory compared those two shell casings and said they were fired from the same weapon. So we definitely had a link now between the Winn-Dixie attempt and the Steak and Ale robbery.
Two violent robberies were linked to the same masked gunman. But there were no links to their identities.
What?
Because they had not scored any cash at the Winn-Dixie robbery and so little at the Steak and Ale, investigators were certain they would soon strike again.
They were supposed to blow into Whataburger, but I'm not sure if they
2 weeks later, on Friday, November 8th, a third robbery occurred. This time a bank job at the Florida National Bank. As a teller and a guard walked from the main building to the drive-thru, 2 masked gunmen emerged from a car.
I believe it's Commerce on a gray.
At gunpoint, they ordered the teller to open the door to the drive-thru. She tried to comply, but there was a problem with the key. Stalled in broad daylight at a busy intersection, the gunman aborted the robbery and fled with only the $10,000 the guard had been carrying. Within minutes, local authorities and the FBI Violent Crimes Unit responded to the scene of the crime. Just a few blocks away from the 2 previous robberies.
What's her first name? What was her first name?
This pattern was starting to develop over time in the same general area along U.S. Highway number 1.
FBI interviews with the bank employees confirmed that the robbers were the same pair who'd hit the armored cars. Maybe they figured a drive-through bank would be less heavily fortified than armored cars, easier sources of cash.
There was no higher priority in this case. We had to find those guys, and we had to get them off the street before they did more.
Kayla, 36-year-old female.
Jane? No, it wasn't Jane. What was her first name?
She's wearing baggy blue jeans, black collar jeans,
it wasn't Jane.
and with a short cut.
January Sylvia. Spread the word.
Could you please facilitate that's not court for a 5-year-old daughter possibly not being cared for properly?
What was her name?
What
was it? It was Cartoon. What was her first name? It wasn't Jan. Was it Janet? Janet? Cartoon? It was Jan, huh? There you go. Jan. That's right. Jan Cartoon. Yeah.
Charles Young, Lincoln Factory,
Got it right there, Jim Bug. All right, Jim Bug. Has anybody seen her, guys? Jan? Have you guys seen her?
Tom Robert, 3838.
Have you guys seen her, guys?
Tom Robert, 3838.
I hope she's all right, man. I've really been thinking about her. I haven't really seen her. You know, I watch other people's live streams. I see people on there. I haven't seen in a while, but they're around.
No problem, 130 clear.
I hope she's all right. Yeah, clean the filter on your dryer, yeah.
Southwest area.
Even the hose. Even sometimes it's good to like break it down from the back. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff in there, believe it or not.
Clear now, search station.
Bravo, 410. Show me clear. Can you show me traffic?
Everyone is clear.
Please fly below this. Patricia. Please copy. Mary. Question. William X-ray boy. 20.
Oh.
Located.
Also on 21, custody at 845. Case number to be 19. 401.
For RP, possibly after the Dollar General on Chester, attempting to locate it.
heard of her, Woozy Sue? She was always on Facebook. Great lady. She drove around with a couple streamers. She drove around with Fat Boy. That's it, I believe. I could be wrong. Oh, man. I hope she's all right. Jumba, thank you.
Bravo 120, 3801 Walker.
I think Alex got your number.
Yeah, 10-4,
15, respond with other units, make MBC fire only, between 100 and 162 West Quill Drive, Cross Street, Spur 421, and Private Street at 1474 Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3, Native 15, respond with other units, make MBC fire only, between 100 and 162 West Quill Drive, Cross Street, Spur 421, and Private Street at 1474 Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3.
Alright, Juan's car is fixed. Right, you don't have to take the bus no more.
Engine 8, make a lift assist engine or ladder code 1 response, 1003 Veracruz Street, Unit 125, Cross Street, Guadalupe Ibarra Street, and Gutierrez Street. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Engine 8, make a lift assist engine or ladder code 1 response, 1003 Veracruz Street, Unit 125, Cross Street, Guadalupe Ibarra Street, and Gutierrez Street. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1.
She was so small too, guys. She was so short.
Native 27, respond with other units, make MVC fire only, between 100 and 162 West Quill Drive, Cross Street, Spur 421, and Private Street at 1474 Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3. Native 27, respond with other units, make MVC fire only, between 100 and 162 West Quill Drive, Cross Street, Spur 421, and Private Street at 1474 Hillcrest Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 3.
Skinny hips.
1300, you can also show me on the scene.
Engine 44, make a smoke investigation, Ravenswood Drive and respond on TAC 1, Delta 2. Engine 44, make a smoke investigation, Ravenswood Drive and respond on TAC 1, Delta 3.
Doesn't mean she moved to Vegas. Moved to Vegas if she hasn't been on none of the live streams.
Make a person down, 114 Fredericksburg Road, Cross Street, West Laurel Street, and Coolable Road. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Squad 6, make a person down, 114 Fredericksburg Road, Cross Street, West Laurel Street, and Coolable Road. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1.
Right now we're just driving around. We just came from a rollover. Pretty bad one. Oh yeah, I think she wrote, yeah, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Jason?
Okay.
Yeah, man, we don't know winners this.
5, go to medical 2501 South 8th Street.
Nasty.
135.
Green hot dogs.
Make contact with a woman named County Road 509, 9325 County Road 509. She wants to report a tractor stolen.
168 of Baker.
know if you guys see Rainbow.
Dispatch, ready for skin.
Minute for Tango.
Company 5, negative, we're juvenile over here.
Copy 5.0.
Affirmative, currently my line now.
1948. Make a list of hard knocks on the island. 4231 Christi Place, Cross Street, Maple Glade, and Winding Oak Drive. Respond on tax 6.
You know, this is my nephew right here, guys. This is my nephew right there in the middle. Yeah, he plays pretty good too, guys, in football. You check him out. Bam. He plays like three to four positions.
Hey, Bravo.
Yeah, man. Just, you know.
Engine 4, make MDC fire only. Broadway and Brooklyn Avenue. Respond on tax 6. Delta 1. Engine 4, make MDC
Charlie 140 area.
Broadway and Brooklyn Avenue. Respond on tax 6. Delta 1.
Yeah, her daughter lives here in Bakersfield. She comes and visits down here.
70, you can complete.
There's a man down over on 8th. Yeah, 8th and South H. They've been looking for that person. Let's roll. Let's go check it out. They're trying to find that guy.
For is refusing medical aid. Coherence and alert at this time. He won't cancel that.
No, he doesn't. He ain't overdosing. He's sleeping.
260 World Man up ahead.
Yes, sir. Did you get any help? I think that you're moving.
No, I had the construction crew help me reverse it out.
One of them, he likes this game, and this one, he's all into it. He used to have long hair, and he cut it because of football. I told him he should have kept your hair, because when he gets older, he's gonna be something. What? What did he say right now? With the crowbar? Can somebody go back and listen to that? I had it down. I don't know if you can go back and listen to it.
Super smart storage.
Supposed to be also be a 12.5. 114, red left. 1782. 142. 105, beers out across Northchester. Hispanic male adult, 40s, blue puffy jacket, blue jeans, under the influence of meth and possession of a silver cold bar. Be a Hector in the last. Locked himself inside of one of the rooms. Subject 1 was 460 into the residence with occupant down. RP 197.
Plaza back on the curb.
417er when she went inside.
Ooh, man.
Something's got to be 1198 to the front of, wearing a blue shirt, black leggings, and white shoes. 105 Beardsley.
105. This roll, guys. Got a 460, 2.5.
That's 4 traffic.
This roll, guys.
Auto airport around from 99 Golden State. 10:37.
We just might get something good here, guys. We're like 2 minutes out. It's gonna be right here around the corner. Guy with the crowbar trying to break in. At 417.
4420, 10-1.
Somebody.
10-4, units trying to come through.
Oh man, I gotta use the restroom, man. Oh man.
They have a emergency location, please.
There's no BPD or patient.
Semi. Fire vehicle, West Park Green Cavalry, last in westbound on a gray Chevrolet 2500 pickup 8X358258, control to clear. Lincoln 11.
Lincoln 11, showing 10-6 flag down at California at East 10 for disabled vehicle on the median.
43, we check 45, Wildcat.
Thank you, Kevin Bacon over there, man, from and Rhonda. Thank you.
Show me 10-8, please.
Just kicked this goal's butt. Right. So we should be coming up on this right here, guys. See a guy wearing a puffy jacket.
4420,
5. That's back over there.
19, show me not tag 002.
No report, I'll be right to 417. 39
So it must be back there, guys.
107.
Can't back up either.
Showing status check.
Superville down. All Super Boy 911 Black GMC.
So I gotta go back up, guys. Other officers.
Fire's been clear. So 918 only. Can you show me 1098 and back on my prior tag? 553.
So, can you have the next unit take you south? They're going to have to go on foot through North Chester.
So this guy might jump, guys. Right now, we don't have a position, guys. We don't. I'm going to have to back up all the way to get in. There's a female out here, guys. They gave out the wrong description of the RP, but apparently, guys, this lady's scared.
Yeah, just got out of that
scared, guys. Oh, there he is, right there. There is people back there, guys. There's a person back there with working on a vehicle. I don't know if that's the person.
So 144 can be 460, 245 with a crowbar.
Man, 460 and 417. What else did they say? He said he swung the crowbar at her, guys. So bear with me, guys. I gotta hold this in my hand.
Control Alpha 4 on 1097. Train sticking south.
No investigation.
Back in there,
to the bus. He was riding on the board, you know. And I know I had nothing to mind. And I asked him if he's okay, and this is Aslan. Apparently he unbuckled and...
Let me back up a little bit more, guys. I can get a better angle of the house.
Did he say he's okay?
Yes, ma'am. Apparently, the other guy in the wheelchair that's waiting because he has that, he unbuckled close to the ground.
We lost Facebook.
Control 144 for the RV. Be advised that the subject's going to be 97 as well. Going to be in the back room.
Suspect 97 in the back room.
Lost Facebook, guys. Lost Facebook. Oh, 417 is with the assault with the weapon. That's the crowbar.
I asked him about it. He was okay. He said he's okay. I guess, they're in their thing, but he's okay.
That's fine.
Mileage 85639. I'll be covering zone 1.
We lost Facebook. Thank you, Riddle. I appreciate that. Thank you, Vicky. Also, thank you. I missed it because me looking over here.
He'll be wearing a blue puffy jacket with blue jeans in possession of a silver crowbar. Hispanic male, adult 40.
Okay. Thank you, Ray Ray. So she is good, guys.
They transported to Driscoll.
144 out of 144. Hey, bro, were you able to make it on foot to the south side of the
I played flat 5 ago. He was actually going towards the east side of the stairwell. But security maybe took me to follow.
Copy. And you got visual of the white residence?
Ignition at 2919 Irvin Drive. 29 and 19 Irvin.
Getting the big guns out, guys.
2011 Harrington. Or Buffalo Dispatch 2150.
She's holding a dog. She is holding a dog. We lost Facebook. Did we lose Facebook, guys? Facebook is still there? My thing's tripping now.
935.
Okay, Facebook's still here, guys. How you doing, Patsy? Oh man, something happened. Brett, Susan, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Apparently, guys, this is it said a 417 with the crowbar and a 460 a break into entry. Here comes the shield and something else I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember what they said.
White House next to the trailer here, the Corpus trailer. So it's going to be, you're going to have the two of the, like the little carport things, and then the house to the west, it's going to be the first house. It's going to be the white one.
Can you get a case number and a car number?
Trailer, right?
And there's some.
Charlie 130, case number 20-0020, flash number 6276, 6276.
Where the carports are?
Where the carports at? Oh my.
It's going to be a property, and then it's going to be the apartment.
Pick up broadcasting 23103 for
it's not the apartment complex.
743 from Ultra 9 Frank North 890. Is the oncoming traffic. East 7 standard from 43, no further.
Southwest Mary William Victor 2305, Mary William Victor.
I'll get out too, guys. I'll get out. Wait till things starts heating up.
Fourth and receive, thank you.
When things start getting heated up, I'm gonna get out.
2126.
You're confirming there's supposed to be a guy with a white hat and a blue puffy jacket?
333 Indiana to Cisco.
333 Indiana.
Confirming the guy had a blue puffy jacket and a hat with a blue brim? You're from on a blue puffy jacket. I know on a white hat. Well, I have visual of the subject on the back side of the house. Support structure.
Yeah, he's working on a vehicle.
I never see anybody's back. That's just next to the resident. I can't hit his hand.
Another 30 arrived, heading mileage 3.
3 up on 34.
Property next to a black Ford Organ.
We're going to get a color description.
So we're gonna get in here right here, guys.
Yep, we'll go back to Metro.
So there's a guy, like I said, guys. There's a guy back here.
One, I've got visual of the subject on the back side of the residence. He's outside, screaming something from a black four-door vehicle, and he's standing in the driveway, hands up.
10-4, you on the channel?
135. South Florida, show clear.
Yeah, got him on the ground. Got him on the ground. And there goes our shot. There goes our shot, guys. Don't know if that's him or not, guys. Apparently they have him detained. He's on the ground.
Made of 832, make a sick person. 7880 Fredericksburg Road, Unit 1000.
Who knows? Is he stripping a vehicle back there? Who knows?
All over the Made of 832, make a sick person. 7880 Fredericksburg Road, Unit 1026.
No.
Okay, it's going to be, power lines are going to be touching palm trees, parking a little bit. The poles are not going to have any pole numbers on them.
Oh, wow.
But it's going to be right in front of 5854 Oldridge.
Wow, hope you're
in front of the Pro Automotive. There's no danger in this story. No fire.
Yeah, this guy's back here, guys. It's stripping that vehicle back there. Don't even know this person at all.
The poles are not going to have any pole numbers on them.
So they're going to clear the front residence. She said she hasn't been here. She got here, seen this guy. Pretty damn scary, huh? So they're going to clear in front of the residence. There he is right there, guys. So now they're going to clear the residence of her house, guys.
Bravo 120, location.
Wow. She asked me if I know the guy. I'm a live streamer. I got no part of this. Yeah, he's back there, guys, stripping a Honda. Back bumper, the seats. Well, she said it's him.
One area. Transport here.
Got a lot of ride-alongs today. Got one in here, one here. They're still clearing the house, everyone. They're still clearing the house.
Hello?
140 location?
Negative,
149 Tom.
Any question?
2023 Nissan 4-door, filling car to...
Make sure you get her name, date of birth, contact information.
Thank you. What's your name? Lisa, nice to meet you. Oh, you over here at No Walls?
Okay, can I have a copy?
I seen you, so I had to come say hi.
Thank you.
I'm actually watching you right now.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hope you guys are doing good over there. Yeah. Hanging in there? That's right. I seen January Sylvia down there handing out some stuff at the corner of Olive and Newsom.
Stay safe out here.
Yeah, thank you. So everything's clear, guys. Go for it here. Apparently he is stripping a vehicle back there, guys. Apparently he does not live here. Apparently the lady's shaking up. Like she said, she's been out of town for a couple of days. Come home and you see this guy coming out here with the crowbar. That's pretty insane. So I'm glad that she's all right.
Ten seven.
631.
I'm glad she's all right. And she's really shaking up. She's young too, guys. Especially to have somebody in your backyard with a vehicle back there that's stripping. I guarantee you they're gonna run that VIN number is gonna come back stolen. Here we go, guys. They're gonna run the VIN on that.
White Cap, King Harbor, 1280101.
Nora, boy, 462973007052.
2601, I'm up here, or I'm out. This is 26, I'm at the pick up and drop off only location right here at 2601.
5650, Tower 101.
It's
not coming back stolen.
So 5650, what was this?
That's crazy.
County Road 101.
County Road 101, somewhere. Level 6, show me clear from the parking lot and then back into the courthouse.
Not stolen. Come on, it's Stephen Ranch. Was that a city or what?
In South Hills, North Dakota plate 185, David Easton Robert, Black and Bay.
Yeah, he had the seat stripped out, the bumper, the whole shebang bang. And he was even rolling up the electrical cord.
Delta 120, Delta 120, location.
Delta 3. Robert Nora Mary, 9917. Robert Nora Mary, 9917. First minute, suspect being the... Oh, no, not this time.
Six 21, Adam, out of service.
621, Adam, so far.
Copy, truck 55, complete, 606. Roll 274.
184, in service.
You build another call. Give me a signal for 911. Be out with a bell.
No, it wasn't.
497 or 414.
I forgot it was coming out of Stevens Ranch.
Hi, I'm getting to the park, walking to the park patrol. One of the
May have flagged down Washington Park.
Who wants a piece of action? Check him out. You guys need backup?
6, Delta 1, platform 11, and Vegas 6, Vegas Road, 10 Central Street on the bus stop, using line 3, Cross Street.
The freeway's backing up again right there by
Figure out who this
between
guy
Nile and
is.
Airline.
First of all,
They're trying to remove that car from the side of the road.
especially
The freeway's backing up again right there by between Nile and Airline. They're trying to remove that car from the side of the road.
I don't know what that guy in the right mind. I would have took off, but he stood there, guys. He stood there and continued doing what he was doing.
Control 610-4.
Kind of weird. Plug me in, Skippy.
Or is there additional unit for a search?
Super 1,
5, 1098, we're almost at 97, 474. 75474, I'll be in the Hustler, Hollywood parking lot.
Hello, 410 the problem. 23 on this one. Show 1, 2, and 4 on route to building 5 with Enduro unit 0048.
Washington and Potomac.
Where are you from? Joe 1 to 444 prior to up to 444 out.
117.5 is police copy. You'll be handling the 1125 animal eastbound 46 plus 7 at 500. You copy 626.
I guess that's a. They said it was a crowbar. There it is, right there.
Down. He's just refusing to get all the vehicles. Cool.
Made it 1, make a sick person. 1 sector call out Avenue 3, 1 at Avenue East. Delta 1. Made it 1. Make a sick person. 1 sector call out Avenue Cross Street. 1 at Avenue East. Delta 1.
Jacqueline? I'm gonna go Jacqueline.
This guy said, I'm here. I'm here.
Sorry, 180, nothing showing. Give me the welfare right here, Staples and Williams.
613, we're clear. That's right, I will take it.
Too bad. 4 Central State.
South 1, I'll be 10-8, show me route left.
4 South 210.
Okay, guys, they gotta figure this out. I gotta go use the restroom, guys. They'll figure it out and see what they're gonna charge this guy with.
That's South 74, but be on foot. Just west of 12, correction, 1223 Washington Street.
1222 Washington.
1212.
Oh, for 37.
Gypsy at Bounty on William Zebra 0644.
Gypsy at Bounty, William Zebra 0644.
She was called that.
Morgan. Jump down.
That's a tire iron.
Engine 9 for a trauma, Mike 9, Engine 9 for a trauma, EOZ is 9003. Target of 809 Dairy, 809 Dairy, CP Senior Apartments, Apartment 104, 104. Person of Skyline Drive, we're called for EMS. There's EMS, it's 52010.
Here in the second half.
Yeah, there ain't no crowbar. It's a tire iron.
Currently 763 for recovery at level 0. All stations waiting your contact. Identify kidneys.
Who knows? Maybe that car is not recorded.
Please identify first responders. We get a roll call.
Let's see if they get a hold of the owner.
Toby code 1 control line, 10 miles 0.
Engine 10 for residential fire alarm, Engine 10 for residential fire alarm, EMZ is 1017, Patrick of 537 Wayside Drive, 3310 Wayside Drive, Pursuit of Rob Place, Arlington Drive, we're call for fire dispatch at 2210.
Station 3.
I do have the tools and the tire iron. This is somebody pretty much needs help.
4. Station 9 copy.
Slip that baby on out, jack it up, I'll take the tire out, put a spare tire on. It's a great idea, huh? See, a lot of people pull over and wait. Because they don't know how to change the tire.
Station 7. 2065 service.
You know, my daughter's, what, 22? She goes, Dad, I know how to change a tire. Ashley does too.
Roll call, Station 7.
A lot of people don't. They don't even know there's a spare tire in the back.
I'll be clearing L, here, not to HQ to pick up evidence.
57, correct.
Yeah.
Entry Station 7, Station 8, roll call.
Correction, 160 George, 9 William. I'll be clearing L, George, 9 William.
Station 8, Station 9.
I need a jack. What's up, Robert Decker?
Advise for any wants or warrants.
Oh, Robert Decker. Thank you, guys. Every time, I notice them, and every time I be sneezing, guys, I always bite my tongue. And sometimes it just comes out so quickly. Then you know I'm gonna sneeze. Bam! Bite my tongue, bite my lip. I got priors for that.
Mr. 7, myself and 401 and 10-8, can you show both units on my prior tag 953 and en route to the second half in the area of the mission?
And ladder 46. First responder, make a hesitate. 22,906. Code 1 Bay 00. 281 north. Unit 130 Private Road at 22,832 US Highway 280 west north. Traffic with Highway 281 and access road. Respond on tag 6.
Being 998 starting 87787. I'm in service.
So, Jan, she's fine, guys. She's all right. She's taking a little step away from the live streaming business. I think everybody has. They'll come back.
Station 11.
Contact code 4.
Alright, sir. Just screw right in, see anybody in the back.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Sometimes there's a lot going on. Sometimes it's good to take a break from the phone.
Station 13.
Yeah, I'm so addicted, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be watching TV, and I'm over here looking at this funny stuff.
Engine first. Station 15.
Right. I was over there doing a shoot on himself with the camera.
Station 15.
sometimes I go put the phone in my room just to stay off it and concentrate on the movie.
Engine 8, back 7 for abdominal pain. Easy is 7030. We'll be at 1435 Devon. 1435 Devon. Pressure of Orlando and Norton. Work off EMS1 and stage for being safe at 905.
Be advised that the doctor is talking to student.
Sometimes you get stuck by watching over on TikTok all the funny videos, just fake videos. You get sidetracked. I'll be right back, guys.
Engine 22, running a sick person, fire only code, 1 response, 6910 South Florida Street, Cross Street, West Harding Boulevard, Infinity Drive, respond on tap, 6, Delta 2, Engine 22, make a sick person, fire only code, 1 response, 6910 South Florida Street, Cross Street, West Harding Boulevard, Infinity Drive, respond on tap, 6. Delta 2.
Hey, stand by. Go for it.
91
Continue roll call. 691 for cardiac. Is 1306. We'll get 829 Roseanne. Pressure will run. Book off EMS2. EMS2 at 906.
Station 21.
Engine 8, go ahead.
14514 SB80 24.
91 received.
475 for a man down. 5425 SB80. 5425 SB80 at the Raising King. We heard a great Kia in the drive-through. The female subject passed out. Looks like there's a medics around as well.
Adam 43 on the I'll be clear. I can go away 475.
Unit 6,004.
Unit 6.
Engine 14. Reading the notes. Start a medicating.
Cargo.com has potential without damage to the cargo car or immediate ratio 40.
Sorry, fireman. No, will be investigated.
2709. Cimarron 2709.
47. Right now, vehicle.
Saratoga. Work off MS1.
907.
All units stand by for a run and beep it out.
Engine 10, we're out there. 2-story apartment, nothing showing, will be investigated.
Medicate for a man down, medicate for a man down. ASC 1406, address 5425, SPID 5425, SPID Suite 138 at Raising King. Engine 14, medics 8.
So right now, they're doing remodel here at Shell gas station. Apparently, whoever laid the concrete didn't do a very good job. It's cracking. So, yeah. When I never seen concrete with fiberglass in it either. That's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Fiberglass in concrete.
Animal colony on unlicensed gray Honda.
192 right now. 904, go ahead. For vehicle for disturbance that's going to be there at the location, going to be for a female saying that she's trying to get inside her vehicle and her ex-husband is not letting her. For vehicle for disturbance that's going to be there at the location, going to be for a female saying that she's trying to get inside her vehicle and her ex-husband is not letting her. Thank you. We're at the Staples Station right now. We have 6 minutes here. I'm not sure if it was going to be related to your previous call. It was pending on Patrol 2. So I called her back and it happened on the other side. She pulled into the gas station at the corner.
Engine 10, Medic 1 for a fall. Easy is 10. We'll be at 3829.
Are there two calls on Dolphin Street?
Bakery, 3829 cross down. Headgrounds Bakery. Pressure is 10, Medic 1. Engine 10, Medic 1 for a fall. Easy is 10. We'll be at 3829 cross down. Headgrounds Bakery.
3829 cross down, Northbound Bakery, Freshly David and Prescott, work off EMS 2, EMS 2, 910.
Into a first 637. I don't want to 10. This isn't going to be related to my last accident. I'll go check it out.
Dispatch from 1, who's going to be out of service for training? Dispatch from 1, who's going to be out of service for training?
738, everybody.
Call for mitigate for this man down at Raising Canes, 5425 SKD, 5425 SKD, easy of 1406 for coffee, MS1 with engine 14 at 2220. Roll victim justice.
52.4. Station 41. 5 Station 41, Lewis.
127 show both Venus right.
425 STA. First, 6 for coffee, MS1 with engine 14.
Station 42, Ghana.
24, David.
They're calling subject name Stephen Cassidy. Is suicidal, is office PTSD.
Call for engine 18 medic 10, engine 18 medic 10. It's going to be first air caller, easy is 1012, work off EMS 12220.
And those 110, those 190, she left location.
Bravo 1.
I'm waiting, Mike.
Yeah, if he still wants to walk there's one out there, but obviously he can't.
Listen, looks like he's calling back. Bravo 140. Or twice to cancel, he's got a tow truck. Or twice to cancel, he's got a tow truck. They weren't giving it to her. She is now requesting a cancel, saying that she just needs to do GRU for the threat.
And go to the 190 to go to
17 medic 6, engine 17 medic 6. Ready for accident overdose 6641 Northtown, 6641 Northtown. Community Department 8303, 8303, easy of 1416, work off of EMS 2221.
For dispatch, call for engine 17.
Security.
Those 190, those 110, can you go around for that table on locations for backup EMS? Be advised there is a cautious location.
Hey, one of my operators left their purse at Bay East. Bench.
Well, I hope you guys enjoying the ride, guys. I know we've been to a couple good calls.
Did you retrieve anything?
Not all that.
Charlie 170, crash number is going to be 6278 6278. Tampa, we have a unit in out that way.
Bravo 440, show me to
409, 10 4. And that's where we went up to. 253 and 415 Motoring 4476 Spring Avenue.
It's the only fire truck that you can see all day long.
What? Charlie Big.
I'll be coming.
I'm advising that there's some kids on the north. Last night was fireworks, and they said the same thing tonight, popping fireworks. What do you think?
Right now, our vitals we have is about 152 on the heart rate. O2 is about 96 right now. We're still assessing.
I'll
meet you at the timing line. Bus 5 stops.
49, Pitbull.
What are we thinking?
You can't fish there no more, guys? right here at the Mill Creek Park. You can't fish there no more.
Pick up and drop off only.
No fishing.
Right here at 2601.
5650, Tower 101.
Here's 20. For 5650, what was this?
That's crazy.
Tower 101.
Tower 101.
Monday Night Football.
River 6, fully clear from the parking lot and then back.
Who's playing the game?
4027 Arcade.
Dispatch, Mag 17.
IH-10 East. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6, engine 30, and minute 82. Unconscious. 4027 Arcade. Cross Street, IH-10 East, and dead end. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
You can't fish, but you can swim. You go it. Mill Creek Park on between 18th and 19th.
Delta 120, location. Delta 120, location.
Be a white Mercedes. Risky.
Copy 7, Lincoln Ocean, Robert 142 to gray Honda.
42.
Yeah, we're gonna go check out something, guys. We're gonna be nosy over here with Tommy. Washington, they were talking about a warrant. That was like, what, 15 minutes?
On a 2003 Honda, really sorry, the vehicle.
So we're gonna go be nosy and drive around and see what's going on. That's where we're heading to. Detroit. See, Detroit? Yeah, Detroit's pretty good too. But Tampa Bay is my new team.
Yeah. I'm taking it.
Going for Tampa Bay, baby. Come on, Tampa Bay. Backup team. Ready for my team.
I think that's the one that's
Tampa Bay, baby. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, I joined the bandwagon.
That's just a typo.
Yeah. Get it, girl. Yeah, Tampa Bay's gonna put the smack down. The smack down.
The patient is going to be the 20-year-old female, but there's caution on him. We don't know if she's the wife or how they received it, but it sounds like they're both in outpatient.
Wait.
Engine 18, respond with other units, make an unconscious faking. 4027 Arcade, Cross Street.
The bandwagon, team in the bandwagon. No more rating for me. I'm done with the rating. I'm done with the rating.
Alright, we get him out of 14.4.
Unconscious faking. 4027 Arcade, Cross Street, IH-10 East, and dinner. Respond on task 6, Delta 6.
Bravo 440 location.
Done with the Raiders. Tired of crying every Sunday.
Engine 44, making fire alarm.
Sit there in the corner.
Road, Cross Street, Fillmore Drive, and
Talk to my cats and dogs about the Raiders. They're probably tired of it too.
44, making fire alarm.
10,126 Huntersville Road, Cross Street, Fillmore Drive, and Close. 1, Delta 3.
36,
between a 400 and to a 795.
This is Potomac right here, huh? Let's drive around. Let's see if we can see anything. Yeah, it said Washington and Potomac. I don't see nothing. What are you doing, Sandy?
3874. We're going to be clear by the service. This is lift assist only. Lift assist only. You're 5 from the exit 6 seconds for you.
See nothing in the alleys?
Respond with other units. Make an unconscious 4027 RK West.
17, Driscoll. We're going to be clear by the service. This is lift assist only.
Delta 6, platform 18. Respond with other units. Make an unconscious fainting. 4027 RK Way. Cross Street. IH10 East. And dead end. Respond
Tina.
back. 6. Delta 6.
For the last 35 years? I'm tired of crying. Get let down every Sunday or a Monday or a Thursday just to get let down. I was hanging out threads until it said Pete Carroll. The only good person on that team is Gentry. That's it. That's it. One good player.
First responder, making abdominal pain. 1551 Avenue.
They're still broken down. They're still down, guys. They have not fixed it yet. That is crazy, dude. Still down, guys, since last week.
And Nobel 3, respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
Platform 18, Medic 82. 10, 12, 10, 10. This is platform 18, go ahead. 24, oh, copy. 8, William, Adam, yellow, 5,
You know, you kind of figure for having 3 trophies, you think this should be contenders every 5 years. Maybe
no,
every 3 years.
I'm not showing an apartment number or anything.
They can't even do that.
At
least make it to the playoffs. Round 2, round 1, something.
6400 block on Bandera Road. Cross streets are Grasshopper Drive and Connector Drive. Units respond on side runs 6. Your timeout is 9:23. For station 139, respond for a motor vehicle crash on the 6400 block on Bandera Road. Cross streets are Grasshopper Drive and Sonata Drive. Units respond on side round 6. Your timeout is 9:23. TKW 290 Bear County.
Oh, 120. Go ahead.
Table security. Bravo 420, contemplating Charles Mary 5, James 127.
Charles Mary 5, John 1277.
Take some off from the property room.
4 Metro 510-4. Can you cover the door?
Power 4 tank, I'll be not.
Engine 23, making over 5524 Joiner Drive, 5622 Road, respond on that 1, Delta 4, engine 23, making over 5524 Evers Road, Cross Street, Joiner Drive, and Private Street at 5622 Evers Road, respond on that 1,
Discussions are breathing? Well, that's a different call.
No highway.
Medic 83 and engine 43. First responder make an overdose or poisoning. 15,150 Mayako Road, Building 1, Unit 1207, Cross Street, West Bitters Road, and Intercrest. Respond on tax 6, Delta 5, Medic 83.
You know, a lot of people say raider till you die, you know what I mean? Raider or die.
Overdose or poisoning.
Oh, man, sometimes there's a lot of people. I'm not the only one, guys.
Building 1,
Hundreds of thousands of people who just, you know, we're just going to give up and go somewhere else. We can get a Super Bowl ring that I could be proud of saying, yeah, my team got there. You know, I've been waiting for a long time. The time they go to the Super Bowl, I'll be 6 feet under. How they're playing. Who knows? It might be 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. Man, I want one now. Before I hit the ground. You know, if they would have won, guys, you know, Denver lost. I think Denver lost. Chargers. We could be contenders. But no, man. It's like Pete Carroll said, oh, man. We practiced and we thought we had it. It's not good enough, homeboy. It's not good enough. You need to go too.
126 West Harding Boulevard, Cross Street, South Florida Street, contact 6, Delta 2, Medic 22, and Engine 50. First responder.
That's what happens. When you think you guys are pumped up on our field practice, you think it's let's go back in the locker room and we'll do the next play tomorrow. Oh no, man, make them work all night long. All night long.
That's right.
Change location to 8600.
Denver won? Maybe I was like saying, maybe Denver needs to lose. Oh, I think they were, yeah, Denver won. I think they were like 2-4 now. Still gives us some breathing room.
We're 3 and up to 170.
33-32. Wow, that was a close one. Close one. Maybe I thought they won. Come on, they did win. Well, I thought they lost. Chargers lost. Yeah, I think Chargers was 4 and. No, I think they're 4-2 now. So we would have been right there, guys. If we would have won, man, still would have been an open season right there. See, you guys got me thinking now, guys. I'm not a Raiders fan no more. The 49ers won.
14 on handle 047 on Panama.
A lot of people might be mad at me, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's time to pack my bags and go somewhere else. Tasha, we had somebody break into this lady's house, pulled a tire iron on her. Apparently he was in the back stripping a vehicle. Like she said, she was out of town for a few days and she came back home and got this guy right there. He went into custody. He didn't go nowhere. He was still back there working on the car. Rollover accident over on Hageman and Callaway. Pretty much that's about it. Been to like small little calls. Nothing biggie. Whoa, Gina! Put some clothes on, girl. Driving around waiting for the next one.
Dispatch for Medic 6.
Yeah, Dallas put the smacking down on the commandos.
We're going to be transporting code 3 to Fox.
I think Rhonda's still in shock over there. Cow, I wouldn't run that.
Code 3 Celsius, right?
Where's Rhonda baking it? That was some very good plays around Dallas.
183 West South 15 to Southeast.
Yeah, I watched the Dallas game. A little bit of it.
West South 15 to Southeast. It's a big rig versus a white sedan. The sedan's possibly a Honda. Both vehicles are stopped on the way.
It's 2241.
This is Val for Feature Medic. Can go ahead. 6534 Yorktown. You guys initially came in as a liquor violation for underage subjects drinking. And we have
yes, ma'am. This is Medic 6 coming in code 3 with a 19-year-old female who is unconscious, who has been out drinking, has had multiple drinks and shots. She's a GCS of 12, ANO of 3. Current vital signs are 126/82. And 99% on an hour breather with a heart rate of 101. We'll be your back door in 5 minutes.
Dispatch Medic 10.
That was messing with the corner house. That's the question.
Found the vehicle on the take. Call 35, found 127.
What's up today?
I'll never go to
Thursday.
618. Negative 29 should be a 2004 Black Dodge Durango to an Adrian or April Jaramillo, address 934 Talmadge.
So there's an accident right here on the 58 South Edge. Both vehicles are pulled over to the side. Can't be that bad then. Can't be bad at all then.
Location?
Okay, 1700 Cimarron, 3897.
Yeah, Dallas did play good. Everything was going their way.
Hazard on the bridge,
It's like
13300
their luck has turned around.
See the JFK Bridge on the westbound
Everything was
side.
going their way.
Third male subject, no shirt, blue jean shorts, that's walking on top of the bridge, going towards the left.
Thank you for a seizure call at Burlington. Address of 5425 SPAD, 5425 SPAD, C136 D David. EZ 1406 north off of Emerson at 2243.
Oh, and 7, the Jets. Wow, that hurts. Just wasn't the Jets good last year?
710 40 transient starting a small fire.
Wow, that's crazy. I thought I'd seen that last night. 0-7. Must be heartbreaking right there for the Jet fans. Y'all wasn't even paying attention, guys. Did I run that red light? Let's see if we get a shot of this, guys. We have to do a drive-by. Really, you can't pull over. Especially there's no room. So we're gonna go like this. Blow it up a little bit. Got a semi here. Two vehicles in a semi, guys. Oh, yeah. Got a little damage on the door. Not bad. It's not a bad accident at all. Could have been a lot worse.
For a 13-year-old female having an allergic reaction to something she is having trouble breathing. 2106 Zephyr Circle, 8 in Ingleside.
You better get on over, homeboy. What are you doing? That's it. Scared the crap out of me.
Possibly like a gunshot 5 to 10 minutes ago.
Control 935, Tony, handling call service 455. Right. Control 935, Center. Control 1, Enter Brand Rapid, Center 1 hour.
935. Enter 4 Rapid. Location.
Enter 4 now. Myself is pushed to supply of the announcement, stop for traffic.
Mr. Lopez, I was on my bus already, and I jumped off right at the blue I get the foot off, and then had me jump off radio first? I don't know. Looks like you performed it already. Yeah, I just performed when I was in the corner of Raymond Street. My unit keeps telling me to top the unit, top engine, not giving me any power. The machine was telling me that I picked him up 8 minutes early, so...
Let's see what she said.
623. 17 to base.
No, my restaurants are pretty good, man. They were good last year, I'll tell you that. They were good last year. Real good, too. Things could change around. Things could change, not for the Raiders. I hate to say that. Colts, you know those Colt fans. Boy, they got all their flags out. What? So, you imagine, man, if the Colts do go also, man, Colts are playing good too. Can't forget about the Colts. Colts are playing really good. Where's the Colt fans at? Indianapolis fans up in here? Where's the Colt fans at? I didn't see one co-fan. You know, Kansas got lucky, guys. They know that they were playing the worst team in the NFL besides the Jets. So, yeah, of course they're gonna blow us out. They just got lucky. Where's the bag at?
Show up before I don't keep putting me back on my power car.
Where's Mac at? Where's Mac attack? They just got lucky. For the second worst team in the NFL.
85. Show me with one student, first name Christopher, last name Ryan.
Confirming that's the suspicious search.
I understood Christopher. What was the last name?
But don't forget about the Packers. What's the Packers? What about the Packers? Thomas over there, remember, for 6 months. It's been longer than that, man. But thank you. It's been longer than that.
6991 boy, pedestrian, 155 over the 99.
104 Med 35, Sector 212 for Omni Family Health, 210 Norchester.
What's the score? What's the record on the Packers?
Currently a room in the clinic, 210 Norchester.
Norchester. 64 Med 35, I'm currently on Corpus service 455.
So over there, 1 month. That's longer than that, dude. It's been longer than that. It's probably been like 3 months. Well, thank you. Thank you.
And I heard repeat. You came in with static.
A large pop.
What's the record on the Packers? Anybody have any clue? It's got to be a score on the Packers. What's the record on that? They're 5-1. Green Bay. What? Wow. You got Tampa Bay. You got the Colts. Then you got Green Bay too. Wow. Texas Angel. It's been longer than that. It's the 16 months. It's been longer. Thank you, Texas Angel. What's up, 455? I don't know. Never heard it before.
Show up before Adam. I'll be around 2 minutes. 1 before.
Your call's going to be built on Karen, but they're actually going to be at 1705 Bernardino.
Never heard it before. 455. Got me. Anybody have any clue what's a code 40 455?
Okay, showing us up at 11404 Ridge Avenue.
So Packers are 4-1 and 1.
11404.
Yeah, they had a tie game.
Yellow. 909.
Still a win.
5628.
So it's 5 and 1. Undecided.
Orange, copy.
They're 5. Actually, they're 5 and 1. So that middle toss-up one, there's still one. It's just a tie. Think nobody could win in that overtime. 455 is the gas price. I got. Yee. Chiefs Nation. What's made over there?
Wednesday for future, 1141 for precautionary. What's your business?
84.
So flight on the second floor.
Boys, team, X-ray team, 434, Nora Mary, 174057.
I'm parking, put me on it.
412. I'll be in service unit 222.
Go out, man. Yeah, they put the smack crap down on those. Well, come on, man. You guys played the second worstest team in the NFL. You guys better put the smack down on that crap.
The Oscar employee from inside the business to currently in for neutral land.
1004 Main.
Additional unit for the Well, for Adam employee, court order violation at 521 Walnut Street, across the in Virginia. 5310 well, we have an open line out. Selena Senior. Caution under the influence of meth. Correction will be Selena. 521 Wilma Street.
Wilma Street.
Both things contract.
Under the influence.
Medic, Tango.
How much money did we win? Don't be lying, man. How much did we win? Don't say $5, sucker. I'm not going all the way over there for $5. Uno. Hondo. Is that right? E6? I'm a cowboy and your wife's a 49. How you guys get along?
South Beach Street. For a semi that forced a sedan off the roadway. 703. For Valley 310 RP advised the second half for now in front of the business.
So they're asking for mental out there, guys.
People 14 back country.
My back hurt too.
People 4. Hey, sir, you got your drop? No, you're fine. 10 for Boston 14-3. Is it good for us or 304 to Lamont traffic?
29 subject. Confirming is the last stop over.
What's going on with Lamont? Looking for a drop.
304 now.
We're running code, guys. We're running code in Lamont. Well, what's going on over there? Do anybody have any clue, guys? Anybody listen to the scanner? Any clue what's going on in Lamont? So they're asking for a drone. I don't know what's going on over there, but they're running code.
Hey, for officer safety, the subject is on a carry firearm. He was reaching into his waistband either to retrieve an item or discard it. Was able to tell.
So it's somebody with the firearm, guys. So only way that we're gonna catch this This call right here. I don't know, Tina. Don't know. You guys want to go? You guys want to roll? The only way we're going to catch this call is if we get on the freeway and trying to get an officer that's going out to Lamont. Come on, cars. The only way, guys, we got 2 officers going. One's a drone unit, and they're leaving right now. I don't know where they're leaving from. They could be getting on the over there. From here, we'll find out right now. It sounds like an interesting call. Somebody with the fire
Why? Because I took it off.
Asking for Air 1 now.
I've never been to Japan. I want to go check it out.
Air 1 is getting a crew together.
Island.
What's running?
There's a bunch of coppers walking around now, guys.
Yeah, might just be over now.
Don't know what happened.
Just might be over.
Nobody's on jail. That cute puppy. I'm talking about Ruby. He's not cute.
Wow. You guys hear that? LA County, baby. LA County, guys. LA County's overhead.
Can you stop scratching my arm?
This is going to be
in the alley to see stuff. Fires on people.
What the hell is LA County doing over here?
We got an indoor dryer out too as well.
Mama wants eggs, not you eat them. Yeah,
Hey, traffic.
Further, they're indicating there's an elderly female inside, and they heard
that can't be Lamont, guys. Lamont's leaving.
Priority 3, IKG,
So it's not here, guys. They got Lamont units leaving.
Nobody wants to let me go, huh?
Lamont units are leaving from there to go up there to Mojave.
This call's over.
What's the location you guys are at? We're at 8000 Mark Avenue in Lamont.
Oh yeah, they're in Lamont, guys. What the hell? Hey, can somebody go back and get that address, guys? They said 48 West. I don't see a helicopter out there. They said 48 West. Yeah, it's in Lamont, guys. So LA County Sheriff helicopter, but I don't see it on their map.
Mark Avenue, Mary Adams. Repeat back on 1021 advising his son has flashing lights activated from the Razor.
We should come over there. It's about 35 roll for us, but we will get
33 minutes away, guys.
Our air support getting a crew together.
So, yeah, he's 33 minutes away, guys.
Lead RP for 103 calls. Contact me at Deadly Community. They were reporting the Hayville.
I copied that. However, we no longer are landline.
If any of them want to see the address, guys, please send it to me. I'm trying to figure out this thing over here on this.
Any unit for missing juvenile, 1400 Kern Street, the Metro.
So LA County was willing to come and assist here in Kern County, guys. 33 minutes out.
401, should we drop?
So, I think they said 88 Mark Avenue. Let me see, guys.
Dispatch, Bridget 4. Inch, please.
14 minutes out. 14 minutes out.
Drum roll, please.
So both kids are evacuated out of the house. Guys. So apparently that person is inside the residence.
What's up, Tammy? How you doing?
Principal for boyfriend 94, 1316 Flower Street, number C. Charles Billy Miller. Numbers are 49 subjects doing well for residents at 1316 Flower, number C. Charles.
It's over with. That's it, guys. 12:30. That's crazy, huh? The LA County Sheriff, LA County guys, LA County helicopter guys, the sheriff was listening to the frequency, guys. That is nuts. That is crazy.
Hey. It's so slow that the only call I can get right now is someone throwing rocks at someone else.
Yeah, he said he was out. So it's 3 minutes out, guys. So right now they're going to backtrack. So it's pretty much over there, guys. It's done, guys. You didn't get to stand up or anything like that. Thank you, guys.
So you got some juveniles vandalizing property.
There's also a gate code in your MPC. Are you able to access it? On California, no. 4 South 1, show me 10-8.
It's right behind your house? Wow. That's crazy. Well, we're looking for a firearm.
Broadcast.
What are you doing? Well, respond, dude. Alright, look.
Damn, Lions scored 14-0? I don't know, man. Might have to take
Sorry, that's my wife.
Go for the Lions.
I texted her earlier and she didn't respond.
55, Baker 520, priority. From Vernon and College. 55, Baker 520, priority 3, 7000 College Avenue. Shadow Ridge Apartments. Map page 103, 24 days and service procedure. Visual Main Apartments 130. 7000 College.
Baker, start coming.
626 and about 636. 26 and about 5.
Hold on,
thought he could jump out of the back, try to take off.
We're just gonna drive on by if we don't see any like.
Check the walk road and 911 hang up Fairfax Road at Avondale Palace.
Thank you guys.
If we don't see any like altercations going or commotion, we're just gonna take off because this is the same area where little punk ass kids throwing rocks at my car. So they literally threw rocks at my car and messed up my satellite.
Another good? Where we're at? Let's see, man, I had it locked. I had it locked on the other channel. What's this one?
Coordinates related to the RP Sun's current location within 30 meters. He states that he'll be flashing his lights on his razor.
I have like 40 jumping jacks to do, guys. By the way, I gotta do 40 JJs. So thank you guys for those of you guys that donated. Don't let me forget, I got 40 jumping jacks to do.
Anybody looking for a hearse? Got a hearse right there for sale. Skeleton in the front. Bandwagon right there, girl. That's the called the bandwagon. Today I'm gonna go for Dallas. Next day I'm gonna go for the Raiders. The Rams.
Yep, same little apartments too.
Kansas.
Same ass apartments. Hell, yep. Exact same ones. These punk ass kids in these apartments. Punk ass kids, little brats.
Okay, guys. I am going to shut her down. But I'm going to take my time and give you enough time to thank
they just sent one sheriff officer.
I'm going to take my time to thank you guys, silent viewers and viewers.
I'll bet you it's the exact same ones that were throwing rocks at my car.
RD on the scene.
We're not even
thank
pulling.
you guys.
Nope, I'll pass.
Thank you guys for the membership.
They're all the way over there in the back.
Thank you guys for the super stickers. Thank you guys for the hearts and thumbs and donations. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't do this every day. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me, guys, to keep me going. And I love what I do, guys. I love being nosy. You guys donate to my addiction. Baby. Thank you, mods. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank
Robert Edwards, Sympathetic, John, Adam, Ida, Sam, Adam, DOE1,
tomorrow we'll be live on the County Crime Watchers. Tomorrow, Taco Tuesday. Thank you guys. Enjoy the other live streamers, guys. They should be coming out shortly. I don't know who they are, but you guys get the notifications. You guys choose me, you guys pick them, enjoy, support them. And I will see you guys on the next one. I love you guys. Thank you guys for the stars, also in the hearts. Thank you guys. I am going to stop right here, guys. So like I said, guys, I treat myself.
It doesn't state there should be a database queue overflow.
So I'm going to go for a pizza. Thank you guys. See you guys in the next one.
Okay.
On the next one.
Copy, truck 41 in the area, still okay.
Love you guys.
CCPD, company 16. Stand for it. Stand for it. 450.
Copy, we just received a shot fire activation just east of your location, 1400 Baker, Crest, Oregon.
Shot spotter.
450, copy, in route.
10-4, it's probable gunfire for 1 round.
Holy shoot, that's right here, guys. Literally, we're pulling up to a possible shot spotter. We're gonna get here before cops. Sheesh. Possibly a gunshot just went off right here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so subject to 32. Both are going to be Ted Carlson Bell for 594.1 and HMS 11377 Adams. Your second subject is also secondary to Mary 10,000 Bell for 243 Adams.
There's a car in the alley and there's another cop car that just pulled up. Oh, they're lighting me up. Please don't spotlight me. There's a car in the alley, though. There's the cops. There's a bunch of cops that were like just around the corner from this call.
Commander Thunder, you know he's requesting a callback from an officer. The phone number's in the call.
I didn't know there was something going on right here. I did not hear this call. I did not know there's anything going on right here. I swear to God. I don't even know what this call's for. There's a bunch of cops there. I don't know.
I'm coming out.
Highway 361, Dorado Dunes. We have a grass fire and it's spreading quickly.
Getting directions to 707 Mill Road.
9, we'll be at 1510 Freeway.
Okay, show district 4, clear.
Use them for TNC, example, postcode under 631. Flight 2, National Living 400, DMC.
Mark the Mad Shark says, John, sing me a song before I open up the gym. Come on, let's be having you.
That song was brought to you by Crown and Coke.
At Deanne Vincent Music says there was a wreck here in Angleton today that had the main road shut down for a bit.
Okay.
Clear hospital lectures.
Mark the Mad Shark says you became 21 again, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I did. You know what? I slept it off, woke up around 10, drove all the way from Florida to here,
7, can I just get 4 clear?
That's my reason to look for work.
Mark the Mad Shark says hangover out of 10, be honest, John. XVX Poopy XVX says how long of a drive was it?
600 miles.
Texas Man the Legend says don't forget the unsung hero, your designated driver.
That's right. I wouldn't have driven. Even back in my, when things were really bad, I would rather get a PI than a DUI.
Texas Man the Legend says you put him in a precarious position.
Luckily, my driver was going to the same place I was.
Mark the Mad Shark says, yeah, you know your limit, of course.
Yeah. He was going to the same place I was, so it was good. I'm gonna go to Lake
Preppers. One says, whose car did y'all take law?
He drove
Texas
mine.
Man the Legend says he was
Medic 3 arriving
2.8 night with film 50 Kates from Texas.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He is the unsung hero. I told him, what can go wrong?
XVX says 626 days sober for me. After 20 years of drinking a lot daily.
Good job.
Patient is further report, GCS of 15, last blood pressure 104 over 57, heart rate 82, sent at 96% on nasal cannula, respiration is 18 breaths, offloading.
I bet you feel a lot better.
8 minutes.
I bet you feel a lot better, you have a lot more money.
XVX says thank you.
Let's go up. We almost went to crab country again. I forgot we can't go to Buc-ee's anymore.
At Dean Vincent Music says next year I will be 10 years sober from drinking. This year is 10 years sober from meth.
Very good.
At Dino Vittorio 9249 says hi Jennifer. Ben 157 says 66 days till Christmas. XVX Poopy XVX says also quit smoking cigs January 2nd this year after smoking for the same amount of time. Decided if I can quit one, why not quit both?
Yeah. Wish I could do that too. On my list of things to do.
Texas Man the Legend says go to Spirit Halloween and get you a fake mustache. Buc-ee's will never recognize you.
They'll never recognize me. Yeah, that we were on the right track with that tow truck, by the way. They said show J&M.
Will Ben 157 says 42 days till my B-Day.
Oh, I probably won't remember that. Yeah, we were on the right track following the tow truck.
That's their purpose. And I'm supposed to be wearing khaki or white colored shorts, white colored shirt. And my husband's locking all the doors, locking them open.
With a light on, she's walking towards you. She's next door, south.
She walks every day.
Will Ben 157 says I lose my sub October 27. Texas Man the Legend says B-Day 50. Happy birthday, John.
Thank you so much.
Stream Element says Texas Man the Legend just shared 50 bits.
Thank you for the 50 bits.
After running the possible students on that highlight, can I get you
kill your lights and sirens? Yeah, that's why I'm monitoring this situation over there. I don't want to escalate it though. It's 17 minutes away. 15 minutes until the mental health deputies get there.
You want to have EMS on standby? Seems like she might be having some type of
One says there has been more mass QQ in the last month Atlas 2 a day in the USA. Big Dave BCTX says sounds like he barricaded himself inside the house.
He's actually outside the house, and that's why going would make it worse. He's actually outside the house. The wife's kicked him out of the house.
49 recommend pickup.
You can show us in route.
They've called for mental health deputies.
Bobby 95 with this black male to your 20. Mileage is 13654.
BCTX says okay. Thought I heard he locked all the doors.
No.
Maybe she did.
She did. She locked all the doors.
23 says can we go to that call but stay back a little and monitor from a distance.
I'm monitoring from a distance right here. Like just my mere presence might make it worse, but we'll mosey that way.
Fearless Mar 23 says lol great answer John. Texas Man the Legend says that's too dangerous of a situation, in my opinion. Big Dave BCTX says it's likely gonna be a large police presence.
It's gonna be. Here's the thing, like I could upset the guy. I could upset the guy worse. Does that make sense? That I don't want to do.
8675. Check the back of the house. Is somebody on the porch?
Oh.
Okay.
No one on the porch? Maybe they can't even find the guy.
45597592. Repeating 45597592. That's going to be the caller.
And that's how it's leaving.
BCTX says yeah. Definitely don't want to be where he can see or hear you.
Yeah.
Soltero Rider 357 says I trust your instincts, John.
Yeah, I mean, people know me, and they know what I do, so. Also, I would never want someone showing off for the camera, right? Because that could be another thing they could do.
Big Dave BCTX says if he's intoxicated, he won't be in his right mind.
Yeah.
There's no end service for some. And that's how it's leaving. We're leaving. And I add notes.
George Robert, Ida, Mary, Edward, Sam, Airport 22873.
She's putting the dogs and the gun up.
Putting the dogs and the gun up.
June 28, 1973.
Oh, 5. She put her gun on her bathroom counter.
Will Ben 157 says I am going to head out to bed because I got school in the morning and I got no sleep last night.
Good night.
Elements must be open a lot because they see at a marketplace her female right when you're yelling with unknown individuals.
Will Ben 157 says because I keep tossing and turning like I slept for a little bit, then I woke up at 1, then I fell asleep again, then woke up at 5, then go to sleep, and I woke up like 740.
Sounds like my sleep schedule.
First name's gonna be Kimberly King, Ida, Mary, Boy, Edward, Robert, Lincoln, Young. Last name is Brian, George, Robert, Ida, Mary, Edward, Sam. Date of birth 2/28/73. What's the date of birth? June 28, 1973.
6 is Sam, I'll
Will Ben 157 says have some good stops tonight, let me know in the Discord chat.
Alright.
Will Ben 157 says like stopping at stop signs and stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
It's clear.
Yeah, I think we're gonna make our way back over there. I'm gonna check on one more possible call up here.
Alright, they're gonna bring EMS in. EMS is not needed.
It's...
Oh, 9.
10-4. I saw the update. The person came in. I was advised to...
Will Ben 157 says I am going now. Good night, and Pam and everyone.
Good night. Well,
Texas Man the Legend says be cautious. We're heading into deer country.
Definitely.
Holy shit, DPS is talking. What?
Alright, so that situation de-escalated.
6 is Sam, I'll
101 just landed, or is landing from Oklahoma to get fuel. Surely they didn't have a chase that went to Oklahoma. That would be crazy.
936. Just received a call from DCS. They had like to get your birth.
Unless that was, even if it was related to the Plano crash, that's still is off, I would imagine.
Oh. Job clear for EMS.
10,075 Royal Lane, number 1086, cross of Hasselwood Lane and Skidridge Drive, map 27, Henry.
Big Dave BCTX says MHMR will take it from there.
Yeah.
Dispatch
43 checking.
443, I'm good.
Hard talk about today.
Stream Element says thank you for following Dutch Trucker _NL.
Thank you so much for the follow.
On your third left.
Fanatics BG says, did you really just follow a tow truck for an hour?
No.
Texas Man the Legend says, decided to go to the big city. I see.
Yeah, we're in the big town. No, I did not follow a tow truck for an hour. We gave on that up on that probably an hour ago.
Texas Man the Legend says, glad that Bar X called to escalated.
Me too. Sounded like it was ramping up, it was getting bad, and then it all came to what we hope is a peaceful resolution.
And South Crowder Street, map 35, Mary.
Texas Man the Legend says the did say M wasn't needed.
Right. Service Road, eastbound. Number 425. 8102 LBJ.
And according to Jennifer 8689 says Kevin Bond is a new member.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you for becoming a member on YouTube.
And Central Ramp. Map 16. Tom.
Kevin Bondi 01 says thank you for your time keeping us entertained.
I don't know if I did very much of a good job at that tonight, but thank you so much for becoming a member.
433, call came in at 2156, 2156.
But it's Monday. And Monday's doing Monday things, which is nothing. Definitely in deer country right now.
Stream Element says thank you for following Smokey90.
Smokey90 with the follow, thank you.
Michelle 210 says 49.
ECSO 29664. Go ahead and show me off duty. Next coverage, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Andrew R8377 says, hey John, there's 2 cops at the Walgreens include next to the old Jack in the Box.
Gotcha.
Map 64, John.
1509. I'll meet you at the front.
9 to 15, that was room 35, correct?
Traffic.
15, go ahead.
Victor Georgia 3299. Victor Georgia 3299.
Pepper Marcus, 347.
That's what he just said, parking lot of Walgreens. See, this shift is not... This shift does use the addresses. It's not, definitely not C-note shift. I don't know who was working yesterday. So I don't know when they switch.
Michelle 210 says 1.
Nine to 15, that was room 35, correct?
Showing eligible here. Insurance confirmed on A2016 Toyota, expiration April 26. Garcia had a certified showing eligible on there.
Alright, that's the return for the stop we're going to on Walgreens. Everything came back clear. We'll probably be over with by the time we get there.
Andrew R8377 says they've already left John.
Yeah, I figured they would. That's alright, I was going that way anyway. That's where the palm trees are.
3894 with 95, Sunday 1
_991 says palm tree time.
Definitely. Definitely palm tree time.
Okay, 0530.
Maybe I'll get something to eat. Do I want Whataburger? No, let's go to McDonald's. Oh, McDonald's. Yeah, they don't look very busy. Don't do a car.
$830.94 with 95, look at the one thing.
I don't know when the series is going to start. It's going to be like one series.
Oh, I should have used my app.
230 inning mileage is 136.73, 136.73.
Love some McDonald's to be using McDonald's lunch today.
Nope, not today. I had like 2 double cheeseburgers, without ketchup, without mustard, add mayonnaise, medium fry. I'll make it a large fry.
Not a medium?
Not a medium, yeah, let's do a large. And that'll be all.
How would you like the burgers again? Sorry.
Without ketchup, without mustard, and add mayonnaise.
Okay, no mustard, no ketchup, and mayonnaise?
Yes.
Okay. So Tarot Rider 357 says, please tell them their sign is off.
Now which window? This one?
Daughter's house.
Lubba the big truck guy says John's a large guy, he needs large fries. 903 print guy says, do you not want a microwave chili dog from the Chevron?
No. How you doing, man? No, don't eat like I do at night, guys. Don't eat like this. It's really bad for you.
Best of 4, and then it goes to best of 7. Oh, is it not? Yeah, it would be best of 4, yeah. Oh shit, it's gonna be in Toronto.
Lubba the big truck guy says, hey guy, we are trapped in the trunk, help us.
No one in the trunk, man.
It will be Staples and Miramar on a North George Mary.
Hopefully Toronto has something for daughters, because, like I said yesterday, I really don't want to fucking deal with it.
That's what I'm talking about.
But,
tell them their sign's off. Which sign was off?
I mean, you see how the reports have been the past several years.
Lubba the big truck guy says, hey person, we are stuck in the trunk being held hostage.
No, the window's not in.
Sotero Rider 357 says the outdoor tall street sign.
Oh, that one. Gotcha. Thank you. Have a good day. I don't know if that's a good sign or not.
Totally down Nita 3 says, hey person, John has us stuck in the trunk and we can't get out.
doing?
Rubber the big truck guy says, well, I didn't time that one right law.
It was too fast. What are those two doing? Silly roaches?
Can you make my location for a female search?
Rubber the big truck guy says that's not a good sign. Might have some extra protein in your burgers. Sotero Rider 357 says they should get a room.
They should get a room. That's right. It's a family show. It's a family show.
Tony de Almeida 3 says damn disgusting.
They're inevitable outside in Texas.
Tony de Almeida 3 says party 1, 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 party 1. Stream Element says Tony de Almeida 3 just cheered 12 bits.
Thank you so much for the 12 bits, Tony.
Rubber the big truck guy says mine done work that well when it's cold outside law.
Unfortunately, that was the most exciting thing that's happened on stream tonight, probably. I meant to say fortunately.
Neighbor on the other side of Pearson, here's a woman yelling from across the street.
Alright guys, make sure you always check my website and Discord. I do announce when I'm going to go live. Thank you so much for the subscriptions, the bits. We got a member on YouTube.
Rubber the big truck guy says, so you're saying it's been pretty quiet.
I can say that now, yes. My shift is ending, so. Make sure you watch the website and Discord, bc-scanner.com. Make sure you follow us on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. Thank you for the subscriptions, the memberships. Tonight, we will see you guys a little bit later on today. Oh, tomorrow. It's 2 minutes till tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Takes me a second to edit the streams.
MS Girl 82 says GN. Soltero Rider 357 says see you soon.
See you soon.
House after being intoxicated. Stand by, we're trying to get a vehicle description for you.
Were you able to locate that subject? No, it's not for Joanna. I think that it wasn't.
You'd be quick to advise that he would walk in the Southwest update.
I'm here.
Investigate. New lost button tonight.
Received. 84.
Any reports that need to be picked up? Taking H2.
10-4.
Good one, the shoreline is on a mile 0.
Shoreline 0, code 1.
Code 1, control logs were idle.
All incoming, head to Carrie Lynn. Never mind, he's right here.
Show both units clearing and route to Barnes.
Someone. Return. 07 Chevy pickup to Dennis out of the city, expired May of 24. May of 24. Insurance is confirmed. 27 Dennis, clear, valid.
What's the 185?
For a trailer to Coast Machinery, LLC out of Baton Rouge. Non-expiring, negative 29. The second 28 returns to a 2020 Chevrolet.
Zavala, Margarita Zavala, out of Houston, Texas. No 29, insurance is confirmed.
Shows an expiration of year 26, negative 20.
Just maybe Shoreline, real quick, total.
10-4.
Go ahead.
100 Olive Street with Victor Sam David, 8635. Victor Sam David, 8635. $100.
5 from Friday.
100 Olive.
Sure. Can you advise they were unable to locate victim and the suspect is declining medic second Cherryville?
321.
21.
Engine 17, go ahead.
10-8 William.
So engine 17 and medic 17 out of service for training.
Received out of service for training. 17, medic 17 as well.
15, that's affirmative. It's one of the rings. He just called it in.
Watch 323. Brandon Boy John, 4323. Memorial Lightwing.
CM84, were you using for that call on Park Agreement?
Thank you for the honor and send you another.
It's gonna, were you just forward
call 603 Holy Terrace, 603 Holy Terrace, Cross Street 6 Terrace, Engine 6, Channel 1. Go ahead.
3003 to Birmingham. 82067
Don't 3 miles from this location.
Well, we were actually around 1.2, correct?
Charlie
140, 10-4.
Charlie 140, go through this table comment.
1.2 received.
Roger it.
Probably gonna start heading back. They're gonna be up pretty early, so it's gonna take me about an hour to get back to
11:17 clear. 10-4.
slowly head in that direction. Oh shit. What is he at?
Charlie 140, 150 for a hazard pedestrian. SPID at Staples. SPID eastbound at Staples. 2401. Sounds good. It doesn't matter to me. I'm arriving. I appreciate you so much.
321 area.
Of course.
She's actually checking right now.
I'm already arrived. But I'll be out here, I guess, at 4.
Charlie 140. Can you back up to 190 at 4201 Greenwood? 4201 Greenwood, that should be the Texas Department of Protective and Regulatory. It was a sex assault call, and I see the suspect is at location.
We'll be all coming from Robert and Harry.
190, copy.
Email is 0.4.
0.4, 10-4.
Delta 110.
Delta 110. 5351. CDOT and Holly, work off EMS1 at 1108. Rob.
Delta 7, Medic 40, and Engine 48. First responder, make a chest pain, 5130 North Loop 1604 East, cross streets, eastbound in Loop 1604 East, off ramp to Judson Road, and Judson Road. Respond on path Delta 7.
Delta 1, Navy.
Medic 34, respond with other units.
Station 192 is on for an odor investigation. Smells like smoke at 9520 U.S. Highway 87 east of the K9 Trading Academy, cross street of Monaco Circle. Units respond on fire ground 2, come on
3593.
Station 192 responds for an odor investigation. Smells like smoke at K9 Trading Academy at 9520 U.S. Highway 87 east, cross street of Monaco Circle. Units respond on fire ground 2.
Delta 1,
Charlie 181, 94 disturbance, 5425 SCID, target, contact material,
Going on, all the caretakers could say was that he was transported home. Current vitals are blood pressure 97 on 49, pulse rate of 91, respiratory rate of 14 at 100% on room air. We have a 20 gauge IV established to the right forearm and are about 8 minutes to your facility. Any questions?
Engine 47.
129, can you repeat the heart rate and the O2?
17,803 Building 8, Unit 8115. Cross Street, Island Way, and Lock at Air Event. Respond on attack 1. Delta 4, Engine 47, make a fire alarm 17,803 Lock at Air Express. Building 8, Unit 8115. Cross Street, Island Way, and Lock at Air Event. Respond on TAC 1, Delta 4. Squad 24, make a person down.
153 to 129.
5 North, and Industry Park. Respond on TAC 6.
Locals on the brush fire, reference 44 East and Clarkwood, received 2 additional calls advising there's a aggressor in the median between Violet and Clarkwood, southbound side of the highway.
No, ma'am, no obvious trauma that appears to be new, and the patient's not reporting any pain anywhere.
Both new calls are advising will be just before Calico West.
Ladder 193, I just have to.
Yeah, 620 Southville, apartment A, Adam, Dixon.
Show myself clear and route to it.
You can cancel battalion 2.
Ladder 193, I just have to.
Show me clear, please.
127.
You back up for that alarm that's been pending at Metro.
Kilo, Seahorse, Aloha.
Go for 923.
Level 130.
61, 51.
Clear.
10-4, all good. Heading to 4101.
301 NAS, 10-8, en route.
You got one going south.
159. 10-4.
And we have one coming out of the house right there on the curve. 10-4. Y'all be careful.
Go ahead. Ladder 193,
1261, did you have further traffic?
We're going to be transporting you on a Virgin.
Yeah, can I get another one free starting, please?
With trailer.
Temple?
Temple. Do we have any built-in you can send over that movie or DPL?
1261, did you have further traffic?
DB32, go ahead.
173, show me out at branch.
Yes, I had a call on Gullahar.
Not a morning permit.
4900 block. Can you send me what the numerical?
Medic 159.
3.7 received.
Engine 159, Bravo, fire dispatch.
Resignation.
Yes.
Copy, secure.
3.7.
Hey, Keith, you can come to the front.
10-4.
That's right, for 320, I feel like that charge skipper.
731, show me in the tree.
4.
10-4.
615 o'clock.
Bravo 130.
This is my two other people on that call that ending in 2615.
Medic 6 and SWAT 4. First responder, making weak and dizzy, 511 Millwood Lane, Cross Street, Jones-Welchberger Road, and Darrell Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 8.
Victor Tom Lincoln 8097, 10-5. 192.
Delta, 1 center right.
192. Can you show the panic alert at the front desk was accidental? 313 currently traffic. 496. Okay. FM 666 in LA Grow Lane. It's gonna be 3875. 192.
Sorry, Wayne, we'll be out on our mountain first.
Out on an elevator.
Sorry, Wayne, we'll be out on our mountain first.
Take 1, stay 2. Hey, Tyler, say 1 minute. Take 1, stay 2.
10-4, can I have that 27?
Engine 12, engine 9, have you been able to locate?
DP23 was just checking your ETA.
I'm on the CID and crossed out right now.
South Temple.
Got a property owner going right there by the air-conditioned place, that house. As you can confirm, there's a gray truck. That's 150 going your way, sir.
Go ahead. Engine 9, engine 12.
I have 147.
Ladder 2 will probably come across first. I think it's looking near Pilot.
737 017. Address is 638 Glazebrook. 638 Glazebrook. Unit 1.
Courthouse bit off.
Go ahead. Hey, you meet me up at the second floor?
I don't want 10, 10, I don't have anybody in my camp right now.
Ladder 2 from engine 9.
I don't want to know the clear.
Unit 4 to base.
Go ahead.
This line 2, go ahead.
Have you been able to locate?
10 for clear.
Negative, we're on the address about a mile away from Corpus. We've seen nothing so far.
Thank you.
Receive dispatch of engine 9, service 9, and brush line on scene. Attempting to locate.
Okay. 10 for
brush line on scene, attempting to locate. With a single-story commercial structure. Nothing showing. We'll be investigating. Ladder 12 from engine 9. Can you go down Clarkwood, try to locate down Clarkwood?
Copy letter 193, establishing command of a single-story residential structure. Investigating. Unit number is release 25 10 03 25 93. Repeating 2510100303252523.
Yeah, so we're in the area. Show me on the
CP32.
Business Highway 77.
CP32. Kilo, Charlie
Charles William 6727. Christi, you don't have a located in the area. We'll head westbound on 44.
11 Beatrick Road, Unit 303. 1003 Hicksville Road, and Colville Road. Respond on TAC 7, Delta 6.
Okay.
It's going to be Business Highway 77 in McGee and Robstown. William Charles William 6727.
B35. Rosestown, all units. We made our way down from Violet, heading back to Robstown.
3-1, baby.
Yeah, haven't been able to locate anything on the site either. Show me control on the Wilbur property. Writing bits.
Go ahead, 1113.
Not you just nitro.
I pulled into my shop. Actually, a white truck and a black Toyota Camry. They contact with
Station 141, assisting EMS with an adult male possible site at 5402 Lake Grove Drive. Units respond on EMS 2. Your scene is not secure. Time at 1113. Station 141, assisting EMS with an adult male possible site at 5402 Lake Grove Drive. Units respond on EMS 2. Your scene is not secure. Time at 1113.
Just past the Gregory flyover.
Ladder 2 in service.
At 140 and clear.
Hey, drive. 1804.
Agents all going to be available.
Yeah, we usually arrived and working on Erskine Drive.
$615, can I have a call number?
They said Derek's leaving early, so give him extra loads.
615. Call number is going to be 33623 33623. Can I have a call number? 615. We're both clear. Call number is going to be 33623 33623. Command, you advised 40 feet long, 30 feet wide, 10-4.
Yeah, really, you have seconds?
It's 09. Station 94, dispatch. Kate, loss prevention. Copy.
I'm glad that's like that.
313 Charlie, clear. Can you show me complete with my current call, and then I have 3 result codes. Dispatch to 901.
Dispatch from Engine 5, you can put us back on the call. We'll do some traffic control.
Bravo 14050, property found 15202 Windward, Wyndham. Contact Isabella.
Was concealing an ammo flare gun, last seen in the auto department section.
Dispatch Engine 2, put us back on the call with Matt 2.
Engine 141, fire dispatch.
Go ahead, Bridge 141.
Yes, sir. Your seat is secure.
Receive, thank you, ma'am.
We have an issue for a little bit.
You got residential alarm, 7,009 Monarch. We got a call back. Advising it's going to be a false alarm. They're requesting to cancel.
Clear it.
Number.
Benavides, Ricardo Benavides, 361-759-2294, 361-759-2294. So we reference an abandoned boat and trailer on County Road 2226 and County Road 3265. In an employee with Precinct 2.
Okay, your tire came off the trailer. I'll go back and get your car.
Yeah, well, if you just wasn't advised to complain, and you said he called yesterday and somebody was supposed to check on it, but he never got word back, and I didn't find a call sheet for it.
Okay. I think we're...
Temper. Temper.
Available course.
Received.
Medic 31 and ladder 46. First responder, make a sick person, 18,323 Fontara Place, unit 7,308, Cross Street, North Loop 1604 West, and Stone Oak Parkway.
10-4.
6, Delta 5, Medic 31 and ladder 46.
Delta 120, Delta 160, camera off at disturbance in progress, 1634, 24 and up, 1634, and the location.
You gotta go.
409 Pulse
29 code.
Stone Oak Parkway. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 5.
Show engine 9, Ambrose 9, both available. Received.
Delta 160, camera off at disturbance in progress, 1634, Brentwood, 1634 Brentwood, contact man at the location.
Show engine 9, Ambrose 9, both available.
Received. He's going to leave. IP is requesting the location.
To report some stalking, possibly. Public service with more info.
Temper.
Command, responding to you. You guys are... Maybe all the way to the back. No smells, no smoke. Can't see anybody burning.
X-ray 7196, Mary Robert, X-ray 7196.
And that's received, we're gonna get out of here. Target Flash Command on Fire Ground 2.
77 southbound, overpass, Rabbit Fort, Center Road 3666.
AC 937.
Yes, ma'am, we spoke with the,
Medical 11, transporting code 1 to base, beginning mileage 0.
Some smoke in his
business.
Received day 0, code 1. Received day 0, code 1.
Smell of it. We have checked the area for any burn piles. We cannot find anything. We'll be getting out of here just shortly.
Okay, copy. Make contact. Unable to find heat or smell, odor. Check the area. Unable to find anything. We'll be calling shortly.
Received day 0, code 1.
Yellow on Bronzo?
Medic 18 and Engine 9, first responder, make a hemorrhage or laceration, 406 Honey Boulevard, Cross Streets, Hub Avenue, and Fargo Avenue. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6. Medic 18 and Engine 9, first responder, make a hemorrhage or laceration.
Call for Engine 8, Medic 7. Engine 8, Medic 7, first 6 patient. ESE is 8009. We'll be at 5021 Brandisky. 5021 Brandisky. Refresher to McCardle. Work on EMS 1 at 1122.
130 in there.
Show me on a session 4222 Ocean.
Yes. Yeah, on Benjamin and Savoli Drive. It's going to be a road rage incident. This is not NBC. There's no medical needed, but it does look like a possible domestic. You're about to happen.
Street, Pickwell Drive, and Fairlawn Drive. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 6.
Copy. Confirm the reservation. There's not NBC, no medical needed.
There's cars going your way to Avenue. They came out of one of the houses.
Pickwell Drive and Fairlawn Drive. Respond on TAC.
You read the notes, we'll advise on the engine.
School zones. 10-4.
Engineer received, thank you, Medic 7.
10-4. 10-4.
Boy, Young Sam 8610. It's going to be the black vehicle Toyota Camry.
10-4.
Are we good clearing group 7?
10-4, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, 110 out of 120. It's going to be in room 172. Female Edith was supposed to check out by 11. She's going to leave the room. Property's going to be successful.
5239
1906, just in off 893, Lincoln Robert Frank 9846, Lincoln Robert Frank 9846,
Respond to TAC 6.
Hey, State Hall 40 Dispatch, you can show me arrived and working the current calls.
Dispatch, we plan to come in service and group 7 is cleared.
319 location.
We first in Ashburn,
Received in service, 7 clear. 7 Williams E. Bridge, George Henry, that's first and South Ash on Russia.
Ashburn, 10-4.
Ashburn.
59, we're coming.
45. Respond with other units. Make a training exercise. 4522 Fredericksburg Road, Unit 100.
7 Williams E. Bridge, George Henry, that's first and South
Cross Roads Boulevard, District SAFD outside area. Medic 45. Respond with other units. Make a training exercise. 4522 Fredericksburg Road, Unit 100. Cross Streets, Denny Lane,
CB23.
Boulevard, District
Northgate,
SAFD outside area.
apartment 2.
Can we call them on back and have her come back over here?
And then you can show me around to the last two calls that are in my box.
649, 10-4.
First responder, Mississippi Police Medical First Responder, Sandy Court and Castroville Road. Respond on TAC
607, Lion.
8. First responder, make assist Police Medical First Responder, Sandy Court and Castroville Road. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 1. Engine 38, first responder, make assist Police Medical First Responder, 5239 Eisenhower Road, Building 5, Cross Street, Amber Palm, and Woodley Parkway. Respond on TAC 6, Delta 7. Engine 38, first
Dispatch
responder,
Medical 11.
make assist Police Medical First Responder.
Medical 11, go ahead.
324, location.
Medical 11 arriving, any mileage 1.8.
and the Palm.
You want to get that forward?
Respond on task.
William Frank Town, 7349, Northwest and River East, 24.
60,001 Ricardo, support.
Engine 140, start of touch.
No, 29.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Your SO unit is currently at Woodlake Parkway in Park Lake.
Total 120 East and 4 in the area.
We just have one of the vehicles we've been seeing. The other one is staying with us until I get you.
129, show me right.
172. That's the 120 area.
Engine 140, do you have vehicle description?
Dispatch engine 12. Engine 12, go ahead.
That's affirmative. I'll give those to SO when they get back.
He's got the front.
I copy.
Receive.
He's got the front.
Call for medic 3, letter 7. Medic 3, letter 7 for an unconscious patient. Easy 7003. We'll get to Lindale Senior Center. 3135 Swantner. 3135 Swantner. Instructions Hoffman and McCall. Work off EMS 1. EMS 1 at 1128. Over.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
7 for an unconscious patient. Easy 7003. We'll get to Lindale Senior Center. 3135.
Receive. Medic 3, I'll show you available and in quarters.
3135 Swantner. Instructions Hoffman and McCall. Work off EMS 1. EMS 1 at 1128.
Paul Victor King, 8282, 10-4.
Okay, go ahead.
It's going to be 8232. Call for engine 3. Engine 3 for a man down. Easy is 1020. We'll be at Baldwin in Virginia. Baldwin in Virginia. Work off fire dispatch at 1128.
8232, 10-4.
Charlie 190, clear.
313 Charlie, signal 4, Rocktown County Park.
It's going to be 8232.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Work off fire dispatch at 1128.
There's a trespassing call at the Hotel Palm Bliss. It was for a male that was driving around in a Jetta at the location. I'll be calling back requesting to cancel, saying the male left.
Well, I want to thank everybody.
It looks like they received 2 calls on this.
Not properly taken care of. It just wasn't. It's a very special building, and we are taking care of it. This was grass, and when you have a news conference, and this was going on for many years, but everybody would just sink into the mud.
Looks like the truck disappeared on us.
Luxurious.
Oh, we hit and run.
You'd go down about 5 inches into the mud. And when we had a press conference here, all the press standing back there, they'd be cursing.
Raycon yard, closed, gate 2 and 13 are
secure,
gate 17 is open, workers contract.
Should be a white SUV and a gold Cadillac passenger car.
We wanted the friendly feeling of
And 1110 location.
It reflects the sun and it keeps you cool even in the summer. And we've had press conferences.
Communications up 30 Henry.
This is, as you see over here, the Presidential Walk of Fame. And we had this long wall with half windows because that used to be a swimming pool on the other side of the wall. That was the swimming pool where Jackie would say, I hear women inside. Are women inside? Quite a famous, I'm not saying anything, this was a part of a movie. And the Secret Service said, no ma'am, there's no women inside, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am, you're going to have to move along. But I hear women inside. No ma'am, you'll have to move along, ma'am. So that was the famous swimming pool. Now it's even worse. It's for the media. They covered the pool up. They covered the pool up, and now it's for the media. And I think we have a small representative group. I don't think they allowed the rest of them. I can't believe it. What happened? They're all on the other side of the wall. Can you believe it? Because this is supposed to be sort of a private event. And there is no such thing in politics as a private event. Lindsay, you learned that a long time ago, right? The great Lindsey Graham. Doing fantastic. You're up 34 points, Lindsay. That's not bad, I'll tell you. That's not bad. So we did the Presidential Walk of Fame from the great George Washington, all the way to,
First responder.
well, I think we have to rate him above me. So less than great, less than George. Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. And I got extremely angry at this man. You know, you can't. It's going to be tough to beat, Mr. Senator. It's going to be John. It's going to be very tough to beat Washington and Lincoln, but we're going to give it a try, right? Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming. All right, we put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming. Believe it or not. So I just want to say it's great to be with you. And when we're finished later on, we're going to have a little quick lunch, and they do great food at the White House. And this is used sometimes for evening, where we've had some incredible people for the evening, and some of the big foreign leaders have been coming. And most excitingly, on the other side, you see the fence, the wall. We're building a world-class ballroom. You know, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom here. We don't have a ballroom. We have a little cocktail area, but we don't have a ballroom. The East Room, it's called, is a very small cocktail area. It holds about 88 people if it's tight. And I said, if I do this again, I'm going to get a ballroom built, and we're putting up our own money. With the government is paying for nothing. You probably hear the beautiful sound of construction to the back. You hear that sound? Oh. That's music to my ears. I love that sound. Other people don't like it. I love it, Josh. I think when I hear that sound, it reminds me of money. In this case, it reminds me of lack of money because I'm paying for it, so it's the opposite. But it's going to be one of the most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world, and it's going to be able to take care of tremendous things. When you have, as an example, I'm going to see President Xi in 2 weeks going over to South Korea. We're going to meet in South Korea. We're going to talk about a lot of things. They want to discuss the fact that they're paying 157% tariff. It's a little higher than they thought. And we're doing very well. I think we're going to do well in that negotiation. We've done well, as you know, with Japan, with South Korea, with Europe. The European nations got together. We made a deal. And it was all based without the tariffs. You could have never made the deal. I'll tell you what, tariffs equal national security. Remember that. Tariffs equal national security. You got to remember that. And they also equal wealth for our nation, because we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in a very friendly manner, given to us by nations that used to take it from us. And they used tariffs on us. We never used it on them because we were foolish. Well, we were led by people that weren't business people. But it really does. It equals national security. And I wouldn't have put out, I mentioned 8 wars, 9 coming. Of the 8, 5 were based solely on trade and tariffs. India, Pakistan were going at it. 2 nuclear powers, and serious nuclear. 7 planes shot down. They were ready to go, and I called them up. I said, you go to war, and we're not doing a trade deal. And they said, well, what does one thing have to do with the other? I said, it has a lot. You're nuclear powers, and if you do it, we're not doing a trade deal. And 24 hours later, they called me, we have decided not to do it. We stopped the war. We stopped the potential disaster, a nuclear disaster, because of trade. And it's been really amazing. But the tariffs have made us a wealthy country. They've given us tremendous defense. They've given us things that we can do for other countries, very positive. But again, really, it's national security, it's national defense, and they are so important. And it's incredible that presidents, for the most part, didn't know how to use them, when to use them. If you go back, you'll see some of the presidents that were the most successful were believers in tariffs. And I even see foreign countries now that we are doing very well with taking ads. Don't go with tariffs. They're taking ads. I saw an ad last night from Canada. If I was Canada, I'd take that same ad also. But they're actually on television taking ads. But I do believe that everybody's too smart for that. We have a very, very big and important case coming up. We should win the case based on the legal merit. We should also win the case based on all of the things I just said. But we're a wealthy country again. Last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. We're a nation that can start paying down our debt. And with tariffs, we're the wealthiest nation ever in the history of the world. Without them, we've got to slog. We've got to slog. But remember this, other nations, including China, Japan, European nations, they used tariffs against us for many years. That's why we owe $37 trillion. That's why. But they used tariffs very successfully against us, and we had presidents that never fought it. But now you have a president that does fight it. So I just want to welcome you to the incredible Rose Garden. It's just an incredible place. It was done. We did it, brought it back to health. It was in very bad shape, actually, and we brought it back to health. First Lady Melania did a fantastic job on it. The surrounds and everything. It's all brand new wiring. You know, underneath there's a lot of wire, a lot of things. Everything brand new, everything beautiful. The only thing we did is we had to get a hard surface here because nobody could use it because of the grass. So I just want to welcome you, and I hope you're going to be here a lot. We're going to use it for meetings. We're going to use it for press conferences. Now we can use it. It was unusable before, and now we can use it. But everything that you see was redone. All of this was redone, and the whole White House is being redone. Some of you came through what they call the Rose Hall. They call it different names, but you probably noticed. I don't know if you came through this door. Did you notice the white marble floor that was put there? That was made out of Home Depot tiles, about 1 foot by 1 foot. They were all broken, about 30 years old, and I replaced it with book-matched marble, paid for by your friend President Trump. It's like, it's amazing how people like it when you say you paid for it. When I say I paid for it, they say, oh, I love it. But it really, they did a beautiful job. The great talents, very talented marble people I have, and they replaced it with beautiful Paradiso marble and statuary marble, and it's really, really beautiful. I want to thank the outstanding leadership team, and you really do have that. Majority Leader John Thune, who's been my friend, he really has done an amazing job. Thank you, John. Thank you. Done an amazing job. I didn't get to know John as well in the first term, and I've gotten to know him very well over the last 9 months, John, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really great. Majority Whip John Barrasso was outstanding man. Thank you, John. Thank you. Great guy, too. Conference Chair Tom Cotton. He loves that military. He loves the military. Policy Committee Chair Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much, Shelley. Vice Chair James Langford. Very good. James, thank you. And you know, we have everybody but one person here. You know, everybody showed up. I figured you'd have like, I'd say 40 would have been a good number, right? We have everybody. We're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. Let me give you, he automatically votes no on everything. He thinks it's good politics. It's really not good politics. He's an automatic no. But I don't know. Look, if he wanted to come, I'd probably let him come, right? I'd let him come. Begrudgingly, but would let him come. And National Republican Senatorial Committee Chair, an unbelievable guy, Tim Scott. You know, Tim, I shouldn't say it because it's so, I don't know if it's good or bad. But Tim ran, and he was very effective and very good. But he was on the debate stage and everything else. He was good just because he's good. But he wasn't as good as they thought he was. And when he got out of the race, he endorsed me almost immediately. And I used him as a surrogate, and I wasn't sure if I should because, sometimes I want a total lunatic to get up and fight for me. And Tim is a really good person, so I wasn't sure. And I put him on the stage, and he ripped the heart out of everybody. He was so brutal. He was so unbelievable. It turned out to be absolutely one of my best surrogates, and it includes a lot of you people that were here. You were all surrogates. But Tim ripped these people apart. And after watching 2 or 3 times, then I wanted him all the time, right, Susie? I said, I want Tim Scott, get up there. But he was so good. And I said to him, Tim, when you fought for yourself, you were much different. When you fought for me, you were a tiger. You were like unstoppable. You really was. You all saw that. What's the difference? He said, I'd never liked selling myself. And I love selling somebody that I really do believe in. I really believe in you. And I just felt that way. And it was so nice the way he expressed it. And I want to tell you, you are a champion. You are a winner. And congratulations. Thank you very much. I never love telling that story because I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad story, but I'm telling you, you are an amazing guy and you fought for me so hard and I really appreciate it. You got to be my number one choice, Tim. So something happened. I appreciate it. And you're doing great doing what you're doing right now. I also want to thank the entire Senate Republican Conference for your tremendous work on confirmations. Boy, did we have a couple of weeks, huh? We had some, I signed like 150 of them, and I didn't use an auto pen, by the way. I signed. When you're signing these important, like a general getting approved from 3-star to 4-star and all of these different things and big confirmations and, big stuff, you really have an obligation to actually sign it, I think. You probably noticed right there, number 46 we put up, right? We put up a little bit of an auto pen. We have 46. We have 45. We have 47. It's very interesting. Yeah, 46 is an auto pen. It's up there. It stays up there. People like it. It's probably going to stay up there for a long time. It's true. And I know you're looking into that. And by the way, the auto pen person said he never spoke to Biden. He worked the auto pen. You're not allowed to do that. So if you're looking at anything, just remember it. And remember, they treated us very badly. They treated us very, very badly. So I think you're allowed to just report the truth, including the confirming of my cabinet much faster than first time. I mean, we went so fast, and I give John Thune and all of you credit for that. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was calling John, I've got to get him approved. Come on, John, because I was getting like one every 2 weeks. And I had people, they left their job and they left everything and it looked like they were, all of a sudden, it was like an avalanche. They walked in, James and James, my double James, I call them. They walk in and they had like so many of them. I said, you got to be kidding. Is this like, are you for real? Right, James? John Thune did his job and you got them all done and you have all those people out there working now. And instead of being very upset with the fact that we couldn't get them approved quickly. So I really appreciate it. You used a method that I wish you could use on U.S. attorneys. I have 10 U.S. attorneys who are phenomenal. A Harvard, a Yale, a this, a that, all top. And the problem is they're not going to ever be confirmed, I guess. I put them in. They'll be there for 3 or 4 months, whatever, and then they have to leave. Because anytime you have, as you know, anytime you have a Democrat senator, not even 2, just 1, they'll say because of the time we're in, we're not approving that person. We're not approving. They never do. They won't approve. And therefore, because of blue slip, I have to tell the person after 3 months, I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. And I put somebody else in. And I've had Democrat senators say the only one we'll ever approve is a Democrat. This is not constitutional. And I hope you can look at that blue slip thing, because I have 10 people that are phenomenal, and they're going to have to leave office. Highly educated, top of their class, everything. And they're going to have a mark on their career that they were a U.S. attorney for 3 months or 4 months, and then they had to leave. And that's so unfair. It's unfair to the public because the public voted for me in a landslide, and I'm supposed to be picking the U.S. attorneys. And this goes for judges also, but actually more so even for the U.S. attorney with the blue slip. So I have these phenomenal people, many of them young, but truly fantastic people, and they're wondering what's going to happen in another 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're going to have to leave office. I think it's a shame, and I hope you can do something about it, because I'd like to tell those people, we put you there, and you're not going to have on your resume for the rest of your life, you were there for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and you left like you got canned. So I hope you look at that. Very important. And after your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts. And that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, all of you together. So working closely with me and House Majority, the Republican Senate also gave us the largest working-class tax cut in American history, and you passed the Laken Riley Act to throw illegal alien criminals out of our country. You passed the Genius Act and the Take It Down Act with the support of our wonderful First Lady. By the way, she got actual support from the other side. It was bipartisan. I think Rand didn't vote for it again, but I think it was only Rand. You had bipartisan support other than maybe Rand. But another one I'm going to ask you to vote for, and it's in the House now, and I hear it's doing well in the House, James. It's Kate's Law. A young lady named Kate Steinle, I remember it so well, probably 8 or 10 years ago now in San Francisco. She was holding hands with her father on the San Francisco pier, looking out into the water. It was beautiful. Everything was beautiful, but the person wasn't beautiful that did this. And this was an illegal alien that came into our country 5 times, was thrown out 4 or 5 times, they don't even know, but a lot, and came back and shot her through the head. And she went down and she looked at her father, Daddy, Daddy, something happened, and she immediately passed away in his arm. And, I mean, you can imagine, it was so sad, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Father was destroyed, virtually destroyed. And they passed they wanted to pass what they call Kate's Law, and it's now again in Congress, and I hear we're going to get it passed in Congress, and when it gets up to the Senate, I hope you guys can pass it. And basically, very simply, it says that if you're an illegal alien and you come in and you get thrown out, if you come back and get caught, you have to spend 10 years in jail. Very simple. Very simple. If they would have had that, Kate Steinle would be alive today. That was a big event at the time. If you remember Bill O'Reilly, for those of you that like Bill, I think I like Bill, but he was the one, he devoted his life to that law, trying to get it passed. I think it's time that we pass it, so that if you get taken out of the country and you come back illegally, knowing that this law is in existence, you go to jail for a 10-year period, and it's going to keep the repeat offenders from coming in. It's going to really keep them from coming in. Senate Republicans have already voted 11 times to get our government back and open for business. We have record business. We're going to be, I think, by the time I hit month number 12, I think we're going to have $20 trillion of investment. We're over 17 right now. As an example, President Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to have $20 trillion in less than 12 months, and we're over 17 trillion right now. So it's the largest amount in our country by far, by many times. That's in our country. But here's the one. It's the largest amount in the history of the world. There's never been a country that's had anywhere near 17, or it will be 20, and it's going up fast. A lot of it's because of tariffs, because they're coming in because they don't want to pay tariffs. In other words, they make their product in a certain country, and they used to just send it in here, and there was no charge, absolutely. Now, if they have to pay a 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, or 2% tariff, they say, well, it's better if I build my plant in the United States. It always amazed me. I did this First term, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. In first term, we had COVID, and we did a good job with that. That was a curse for every country in the world. It was terrible, but we had the greatest economy we ever had. But if you remember, I started the tariffs, but I held it off because it wouldn't have exactly been good at the time to tell France, you know what they were going through, you know what Spain was going through and Italy was going through, that, by the way, we're going to charge you tariffs. But I had started the process. We were going, the country was doing good, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I put the full tariffs on China. Biden left the tariffs because he couldn't, it was too much money, but they gave so many exceptions that they were essentially meaningless. In other words, here's the tariffs, but you don't have to pay if you look at somebody the wrong way. You don't have to pay. So they didn't pay very much. But with me, they were paying hundreds of billions of dollars. And again, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I expect to be able to make a good deal with him, and I want him to make a good deal for China, but it's got to be fair. For years, they were making $500, $600, $700 billion. $700 billion, and we'd be making nothing. It was a one-sided, honestly, we built their military. We built China's military with the money that we lost for so many years getting ripped off. So now we're going to have a fair deal, and I think we're going to have a very successful meeting. Certainly there are a lot of people that are waiting for it. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it won't happen. Things can happen where, for instance, maybe somebody will say, I don't want to meet, it's too nasty. But it's really not nasty, it's just business, and we're gonna do a good job representing you people and representing the people of our country. Unfortunately, in a craven and pointless act of partisan spite, Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage to appease the extremists in their party, and they are extreme. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. They're extreme, and you know what? We had a landslide election. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the swing states, all 7. Remember, they said, oh, if Trump could get 3 swing states, he'd be. And, well, I didn't get 3, I got 7. We got all 7 by a lot, by record numbers. We won the Electoral College, 312 votes. They said it's very hard for a Republican. It's harder for a Republican, although now I think we've swapped it. I think it's now harder for a Democrat, because if you see what we've done with the Hispanics, with the black workers and black men, and recently a poll came out with black men and women were doing so well. You know, they want security. They don't want to have their city destroyed. Women in Chicago, beautiful black women walking around with red MAGA hats because they don't want to be mugged and shot and everything else. And then you see a Democrat get up and tell you how safe it is in Chicago. Do you know they've had, in a fairly short period of time, 4,000 murders? This is over a short period of time. 4,000 murders. And they had a holiday where they had 28 people killed and almost 100 shot. And then you listen to this guy, Pritzker. I've known the family for a long time. They threw him out because he was no good, and he became governor. He's got money through the family. He got money through the family. But they threw him out. He became governor. I said, I wonder how he's going to do. It's a crime palace. It's a shame. And you know what we did in D.C. is unbelievable. You people, you can walk down the middle of the street, Mr. Senator. You can walk down. You can have your wife meet you at the restaurant, and she's not going to be accosted, shot, beat up, raped. It's unbelievable how bad it was. It was one of the worst in the country, and now it's stone cold. I don't say the word perfect, but it's pretty damn close. And, you know, they would average more than a murder a week in Washington, D.C. This is just before we got here, a murder a week. Think of that. The capital of, in my opinion, the capital of the world. They come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come from Florida. You call up the parents, I'm sorry, sir, your son has been shot and killed. We have no crime here now. We have no crime. And the National Guard has been unbelievable, the job. Unbelievable. And you know, it also looks better. I do a tour. I hop in that beast.
Yes, sir.
I feel very safe in the beast. The windows are this thick. But I hop in the beast and I tell the Secret Service, let's drive around town. I used to do that myself. I could drive myself around. I actually like that better. But now I don't think it's a good idea. But we drive around in the streets. The place is looking much, the grass is good, the fences are down, there's no tents, there's no anything. We are looking like it's just a whole new look, and the most important thing, there's no crime. And we're going to fix the roads, we have great pavers, we're going to fix the medians in between the roads, which are half of them are falling down. We're going to take some of the tiles off the bridges, the tunnels that you have. They've been up for 40 years, they're rotted. And we'll put up brand new, gorgeous white tiles like it's supposed to be. But this place is looking really good, and we haven't even started the real fixing up of the town. We're getting rid of the graffiti. You notice there's almost no graffiti anymore. A lot of that beautiful statuary marble had red graffiti all over it, had bad signs up, and it stopped. We've taken out 1,700 career criminals and people that came in through an open border. They came in through Biden's open border, and we've taken them out. The thing having to do with all of the elements in the great, big, beautiful bill, I'll tell you, it's amazing what we've done. $200 billion in costs for medical. What we've done, $50 billion for rural hospitals. And remember, no tax on tips. No tax on Social Security, no tax on... Think of all of these things that we've done. This is the biggest, this is the greatest bill. Social Security, no tax on overtime, but no tax on tips. I got that from a waitress in Nevada. I was making a speech, and I'm at one of my restaurants in the hotel I own there, and I say, how are you doing? Well, sir, it's terrible. They're taxing my tips. They're going, I wouldn't have even thought that. And I looked at it, and she said to me, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it one time more. No tax on tips. I walked outside to the press. I said, there will be no tax on tips. She was right. And we won that state by a lot. That's not a state that we win by that much, David, but we won it by a lot. So it was pretty good. But that bill is chock full of so many different things. So it was the biggest bill. I'm actually saying this to the fake news so that they maybe print it, but maybe not, because you people know. It was the biggest bill ever passed in Congress. And what we did was a little risky. We put everything into the bill, John, right? And some people were against it. They said, no, you got to do small bites. And we gave it a shot, and we got it passed. I got a call from John. He said, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, we have 4 hard no's. Could you please call him? I said, what time is it, John? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, sir. So I call up. One of you is sitting right here. I said, Jim, could I say hello to you? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right? He said, sir, you have my vote. I said, wow. Then I called up another person. I'll use fictitious names. Doug, could I get your vote? You've got it, sir. Then I called up another one. How about Josh? Could I have your vote, Josh? Because I like Josh. And Josh, who can be very difficult, said, sir, you have my vote. His wife was screaming at him on the other side. Sir, you have my vote. But I called people, and they weren't really hard-nosed. They wanted a little attention, unfortunately, at 4 in the morning. Sometimes I like the ones that don't like the attention, but we'll take it anywhere we can. And we got it passed, right, John? And nobody thought that could happen because you have a small majority. And in the how about in the House, we had a majority of 3. We actually went down after that for a period of about 2 months. We went down to a majority in the House of 1. And I kept saying, you know, because I'll tell you, Mike Johnson's great. The team, these 2 teams, did you ever see 2 people more different? One's tall, one's slightly less tall. We want to be polite. They are very different people, but they're the same in terms of talent. They did the 2 guys, and they get along incredibly well. We all do. We get along great. But we passed a bill. We don't need to pass any more bills. We got everything in that bill. There's nothing else we have to put. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We got the extension of the Trump tax cuts. We got all of these things. And, you know, remember, they lie. they will look at I saw it the other day, they were talking about, I call it the great big beautiful bill, but that's what it is, the great big beautiful, the biggest bill ever passed. And what they say, they make up stories. And I saw they were interviewing a senator, and they said, well, what's wrong with their bill? He didn't know what to say, because there's nothing he could say. It covers everything. He said, death. Death. It brings death. Now, if I'm a regular person and I hear that, I say, oh, that's terrible. But it's just the opposite. It brings life. It brings Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It secures all those things. And they just are so bad. You know, they said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about death. Theirs is death. Because they're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose Social Security. They're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone because the whole country would be bankrupt. And you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite. And it's a great bill. We don't need any more. And I want to just say from the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number, but even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything. Car plants are pouring back into our country. AI plants, we're leading. We're dominating China right now in AI. And I did something that I think you'd like, because we have an old grid. It's a tired grid. It doesn't have the juice that you need to fire up these plants. You know, these plants will need more than double the energy we have right now for the whole country. That's how big it is. And we can't do that. There's no way we can do that. China's building right now 52 power stations. But I did something better. I'm letting everybody build their own power plant so they'll become like an electric utility in addition to AI. But if they want to build their own plant and we get their approvals within less than a month, it used to take 5 years prior to rejection. Sometimes a guy in Louisiana, they had one that took 12 years, and then they got rejected. I got it approved in 2 weeks when I got into office. That was the first term. And the plant is up now, and it's been a great thing for the state. I did it twice, actually. I got 2 of them that were dead after 12 years, and I got them approved, both of them in less than a week. And that's what we're doing. Lee Zeldin, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job, Environmental Commission, I have to tell you. He knows that we have to get them fast, and we're getting them fast. So we're leading China in the AI race by a lot. Under Biden, Democrats voted 13 times for continuing resolutions to keep the government open. And all we want is simply to ask them to do it once again. They always voted for it. They never voted against it. Nobody votes against it. But they do that, and they do. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at all these great faces that I've seen, really great people. I think with few exceptions, a couple of you I don't like that much, but with few exceptions, great people. And you look at what they do, and you look at the game they play, and it's a horrible game. And, you know, we have the hottest country ever. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say this, I'm sure you've heard me say it, but I was over in the Middle East, and the King of Saudi Arabia and others also said essentially the same thing. They said, you know, President, a year and a half ago, your country was dead. We never thought we'd see this. And right now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which tells you about leadership, and that includes your leadership. So as you know, my door is always open to anyone. It's not like that AOC. How about her, where she said, she's talking about having rebellions and everything. She said, well, my door is always open. But she's not the leader. I'm sure the leaders felt very nicely about when she said her door is open. Who the hell wants to go into her door anyway? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's the one that started. You know, I remember, I'll never forget, she never took a course on the environment. And I watched her one day, and she was on television. She said, yes, our planet will be dead within 12 years. That was a long time ago. Our planet was supposed to be dead. Remember the 12-year theory? We were environmentally dead. No, these people, they've got an agenda that nobody quite understands. The good news is they don't understand it either. They really have no idea. But the people do. The people understand. We're giving you the biggest tax cuts in history. All of these things, it all adds up that we should do fantastically well in the midterm. The only thing wrong with the midterms is that statistically, when you look, a president gets elected, and for some reason, and nobody, even the great John Thune, cannot explain to me, for some reason, even if he's a reasonably good president, and we've had success like nobody, but for some reason, you lose the midterms. I don't know why. I mean, the odds are tremendously against, like 92% or something. It doesn't make sense. If you have a great presidency, it only makes sense that you win the midterm. So there should be no reason for it. Somebody's going to explain there might be some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way. I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialist. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We'll have a communist, not a socialist. But we've already seen the impacts of the dangerous game that they're playing. Democrats are causing delays in our air traffic control system. So important. We wouldn't have had, there's Pete Buttigieg. He spent billions of dollars on fixing the air traffic control. They'd use copper wire going into glass wire. Any union electrician here or any non-union electrician would say you can't hook copper into glass. It doesn't work. They spent billions of dollars. They turned on the system, and it was stone cold blank. We're getting a brand new system. We have bids out now. We have 3 great companies bidding. And I want one bid. Sean Duffy's doing terrifically. I want one bid. I want just bid, and they're responsible for everything. Not where they had like 1,000 contractors. Every contractor, they're all running around. In the end, if one of them does a bad job, we want to be able to blame somebody, and it's going to be one of the very big companies because there's a lot of interest in it. So the air traffic control system is going to be rebuilt. Over 1 million federal workers right now, as you know, are going unpaid. That's the Democrats' fault. And children, tourists, unable to visit the museums in Washington, D.C., that we now have beautiful, safe streets, but we don't have the museums open. We should probably just open them. But we are doing things that nobody's ever done, nobody's ever seen. So all of this and the pain that the Democrats have caused during this reckless and completely unnecessary affair, and you could call it the Schumer shutdown or the Democrat shutdown. You can call it whatever you want. And I will say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader is a man who, I think he's sitting right. Is that Darth? Stand up, please, Darth Vader. Stand up. Does everybody know? They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you. You're doing a great job, I have to tell you. So, really a great job. Because many of the things that they're cutting, like the New York project, $20 billion we're cutting it, they're not going to get it back. I mean, they're not going to get a lot of things back. They may not get it back. Maybe we'll talk to them about it. But they're losing all the things that they wanted. But many of the things that they wanted are things that we don't want. Things that are just so bad for our country. And we're cutting those things out. So while they thought they were doing maybe bad, maybe indirectly they're doing good. The cynical comment that they've made all over the place, and all of their cynical remarks proves beyond all doubt that Schumer is a calculating political partisan. But we knew that. But he's somebody that's in deep trouble. He's losing in all of the polls. He's even losing to AOC +3. Remember +3? What happened to the +3? Are they still around? I had one. I met when I was at the United Nations, I met the president of Somalia. And I said, I have somebody I'd like to give back to you. He said, no, thanks. We don't want her. He didn't want anything to do with her. But today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back in the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in. These guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing. And with that, I just want to say welcome to the White House. When we're finished, they do a great job. When they're finished, we're going to all come in. It'll be a little crowded, but that's okay. Into the Oval Office, we'll talk a little bit, a couple of minutes. Got some interesting things. And I think I'd like to have, if I could, John come up and say a few words, and we can close it out. And by the way, this is an open mic. It's open to the world. I think they can hear me out on the street. If anybody wants to come up and say after John, say it. We're all friends, and you can speak your heart out. But we've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed. Thank you. John, please. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, thank you for having us. This is the fourth week of the Democrat shutdown, but we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But, Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on and the American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept, whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched. And I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope that the Democrats get wise and starting perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people. Mr. President, thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything you're doing to make this such a beautiful place. This is America's house. We're delighted to be here. Thank you.
1213-B boy, book off by dispatch at 1213.
Cover. You come in, if you don't mind.
Delta 255 Aries, wide, 10-4.
There's the chest thing. You should have been getting a call from our dispatch. If you haven't, please disregard.
Over.
I'll just wait till you come in so I can give you her paperwork and stuff.
Okay, 10-4. Do you want us to keep the bus, or what do you want us to do?
Airport 63, is that the door still showing?
No, I'll probably send you in a release.
Oh, okay, 10-4.
Okay, we're still showing help.
Getting a call from our dispatch. If you haven't, please disregard.
K-9-5. Okay, maybe it's fire children, but they're working on the 42A door, so I don't know where that's being held. But it's the Concourse to O&M lobby.
I got a female in custody. I'll be around to Rocktown PD. Female search.
Draft EMS dispatch will surround
that's what they were working on. Concourse search at 1215.
They are working on it.
Dispatch to 937.
Two's at the pump.
That's what they were working on. Copy. 337 to dispatch. 337, go ahead. Officer has arrived at the 3
32 South Mailer Circle. He will handle from here, and I am leaving the area. 10-4.
For CCPD. Yeah, be advised, I made contact. They're working on the door. What's your location? They're working on the door.
Station for dispatch. Go for dispatch.
Be honest, I haven't had my residence, please.
Charlie 140 or Charlie 160. Another 215 case number. Thanks for your louding clear. Have a nice day.
Be honest, I haven't had my residence, please.
Have this driver on the bike right southbound.
It's another one to dispatch.
It's going to be a company truck with yellow letters swerving lane to lane on the phone. Last seen southbound, patrol 11217.
Ten 9.
Charlie 170, I'm clear my park. 324 Delta Hotel.
10-4. From the car.
AC 901 to dispatch.
Go for dispatch.
Can you show us complete with our 1518 Dahlia Drive call with the result codes being one made contact with RP, one made contact with the owner, and one educate.
Charlie 170, I'm going to show you checking on Charlie 140 and 150, reference assault 6730 Everhart. You're not answering over the phone or on the air. 10-4.
Simple for Medic 5 for a sick patient. Easy is 6003. We'll be at 4750 Grand Junction, Unit 20, 4750 Grand Junction, Unit 20. Pressure of Fox Hill and Foxtail. Work off our dispatch at 1218.
East Cliff, no entry, school check.
Philippine Homicide Community Health Center at 1533 South Valley.
Call for Engine 11, Medic 11, Engine 11, Medic 11, for chest pains. Easy is 1107. We'll get the Salty Oak Barbecue on Alameda and Airline. 4855 South Alameda, 4855 South Alameda. Pressure of Airline at Toma. Work off EMS 1,
You're not
EMS 1
answering the
at
radio,
1219.
so Charlie 170 is en route for the check from him. Charlie 1 is obviously away for them only, unable to get a hold of them over there.
Checking out with that officer through the highway in the area of some kind of drug.
Careful, I'm with Charlie 2. Oh, sorry, please schedule us.
Not very alert. His eyes were closing. He advised he got into a silver Chevy SUV and left northbound. When he was backing up, he had his eyes
call,
closed.
you're good for lunch. 10-4.
Number 28 on that vehicle is going to be Victor Frank Sam 2091. Victor Frank Sam 2091.
Chevy past me yet. 28 on that vehicle is going to be Victor Frank Sam 2091. Victor Frank Sam 2091.
Unit 7021, you keyed up. Over. Unit 7021, you keyed up.
Transit 913.
That residential area and what I think the people that live there, I don't think that type of establishment complements that district. And so for me, I would love to continue if that developer would entertain ideas for commercial establishments that meet that current zoning. Let's talk about it all day long. But to me, the recommendation of staff is more in defense of those residential preferences that are there currently, particularly because they recommend what meets that plan. And so for me, I'm not in favor of that request, but thank you for answering those questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, unfortunately, I have something similar to this occurred on Yorktown that has a nightclub that brings in bands and loud music, and there's constant complaints about it. And I think Michael Dice and those guys know exactly what I'm referring to. And because this was zoned CG before I was on council, but since then, and the similar thing with car washes, where it provides a lot of noise for those residents in that time frame. And because CG2 allows for nightclubs and bar and grill type scenarios where you do have noise and loud music late into the evening, I can't support changing this to CG2, so I will go with the recommendation for Planning Commission and the staff. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Hernandez brings up a good point. There's along SPID and it's kind of a quiet area near Airline. There's an evening club. Specifically, it's near the movie theater. It's like a lounge type into the night club. It's at Cheetahs or something like that. If you talk to the residents that are separated by SPID, that is a very broad road. And you would think that the noise of that highway would be the biggest complaint. But no, immediately past that highway, you go into these neighborhoods where it's very similar to this specific topic. Their issue is the sound late into the night, the music, that type of thing. And so much to Councilman Hernandez's note, that's, you said it's like a quarter mile down the road, but still it's close enough that those types of establishments really disrupt the neighborhood. So I hope that the message is saying, we're interested in keeping that zoning and talking about that. It's just the environment that other establishments would create. That's what I think we're not really in favor of here.
Understand, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16 as presented.
Bill 285.
Recommendation. So, okay, we have a motion to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to type that, but for the record, it is approving the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation to deny.
Right. Thank you, Rebecca. Item number 17 is zoning case number ZN 8622, John Tompkins in District 4.
All right, Mayor and Council, Mike Dice Development Services. Today we have zoning case ZN 8622 with John Tompkins. This is out on the island in D4. The current zoning is RMATIO, multifamily apartment tourist. The request is to add a PUD to this. The subject property is 0.29 acres and is platted. Actually, it's in the process of replatting. Purpose of the request is to allow for mixed residential development, which is consistent, will consist of 4 townhomes, 1 single family, 1 common area, to allow for vehicular movement, parking, utilities, and amenities similar to other developments out in that area. The parcel is currently zoned RMATIO, with the north being the same type zoning, the south is the same type zoning with a PUD overlay, the east is the same type zoning with a PUD overlay, and the west is the same type zoning currently. 44 notices were mailed inside the required 200-foot buffer with 0 mailed outside. 1 notice was received in opposition. They agree with the current zoning. 12 were received in favor, noting all from the same person. And that's you can see that on the far right, those 12. This is a site plan of the property. It proposes to have attached townhomes on lots 2 through 5. That's the first ones on the upper left. Those will range from 900 to 930 square foot lot area, which will deviate from the standard UDC townhome of 2,600 square feet. The townhomes, the minimum open space requirement will also deviate from 30% open space to 25. Lot 6 is to be developed as a single-family house. The lot is set to be 1,184 square feet. The deviation on that is from 5,000 square feet. Additionally, Lot 6 deviates from the standard UDC minimum width to be proposed at 32 feet instead of the 50. As with any type of these proposals, we confer with CCPD. The fire department is okay with the conceptual layout. Maintains the 20-foot minimum fire access road width, and no parking will be allowed in that access lane. Proposed rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, will not necessarily consistent with all the guiding documents. If approved, it'll be compatible with the present zoning and basically everything in the area. As of the early thousands of surrounding properties have customarily rezoned this area to the RMATIO and the ATIO PUD. Property is suitable for uses permitted in the zoning district. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Stand by for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. We have a motion and we have a second, but before we move forward, we're going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 18 is a motion authorizing city manager or designee to execute a deferment agreement with Solid Rock Commercial Properties, Ltd.
Mayor and Council, Mike Dice again. It's the Mike Dice Show today. So this is a deferment agreement. These are allowed through the Unified Development Code to help facilitate developers in need where they have a certain restriction or a problem. In this particular case, this deferment agreement is for Solid Rock Commercial Properties. They're constructing improvements known as the Solid Rock Industrial Park. You'll see on the location map, this is over off of Old Brownsville Road, and phase 1 of the development is in the shaded area. So the cost estimate of what's being deferred, this is sewer and stormwater improvements that have had to be delayed due to an ongoing city project that is currently wrapping up. The deferment agreement allows the developer to get plat recorded and get those lots sold while that is being finished up. So the developer will still construct these improvements at the developer expense, but the requirement to be done during the platting stage is actually being pushed to the building permit stage. The developer will provide full warranties on all, as normal as all work is being done.
Yes, I'll be around.
So this slide shows the options the city may seek if the developer defaults on the construction of the deferred improvements. Again, by pushing to the building permit phase, they have to be in place prior to building permit approval. That's really the key holder to that. Staff recommends approval of the deferment agreement, and the request submitted is in accordance with the UDC section 8.1 and 3.20.
Okay, 150. And your case number is going to be
I don't see any
040.
questions. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18?
Methodist Church. They're calling about a mill subject that was disrupting the meeting. So I don't want these items around, but they advise, partly advise that East now leaves East left the location.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Klein, again from District 2. I just have some questions about this, and you folks may have information that I'm not, that I don't have access to. I just don't know what sort of a project this is. Industrial park, I'm not sure what that means exactly, what sort of activities are going to be taking place out there. That would seriously influence whether I would support this or not. Thank you.
220.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
I'll further clarify, industrial park is more warehouses. It's 2 and 3 acre lots with warehouses, kind of fits in with what's in the area as well. It's not a manufacturing type request.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm sorry, I'm going to close. Is there anyone else? I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing the reuse of city parkland for the Civitan Service Center to be located at Sackey Park in Council District 3.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Juan Rivera, Interim Director of Asset Management. I'll be talking about the expansion of the Civitan Service Center on Sackey Park. Topics of discussion for today, Service Center, Sackey Park, Service Center and Sackey Park challenges, and then the master plan and distribution of public lands. So the Service Center is the industrial main hub for the city of Corpus Christi. That center is comprised of 85 acres and various operations that include animal care, facility maintenance, fleet maintenance, park and recreation, police, public works, solid waste, streets, and water utilities. The service center is largely used for not only daily operations, but also for the storage of dirt, gravel, crushed limestone, city vehicles, heavy machinery, and much, much more, all worth millions of taxpayer dollars. Sackey Park is located northwest of the Civitan Service Center. The city park is comprised of 7 acres of mixed park space. The NRPA considers 5 acres to be the minimum for a neighborhood park, so our request today is to take over 1.5 acres, leaving 5.5 acres of that park still readily available for public usage, still classifying that park as a neighborhood park. 2 miles from Sackey Park, you have 2 other parks. You have Botsford Park, which is football fields and green space, and you have Almanza Park, which has swing sets and basketball courts. The park also sits 5 miles away from Cole Park and 8.2 miles away from Bill Witt Park. With parks, using placeholder AI, we conducted a survey of actual park usage, and last year we had 10K visitors to that park. Placer AI did place the usage of that park in the amenities that are currently there. In 2017, the council did approve for an investment to happen at Sackey Park, which was the new park equipment that was placed there, and that's mainly where most of the usage of that park is currently taking place. So with the park takeover, we are going to leave most of those amenities intact and still in place. So this is our proposal. Red border is the fence that we are planning to put as part of the Enclave project, which is a council-approved CIP project. And the yellow border represents the remaining portion of Sackey Park, the 5.5 acres. The amenities that will remain in those 5.5 acres include a basketball court, the playground, the backstop, and the public art that's in the corner of Riker Street and Sackey Drive. In addition, we will be relocating a bench that would be part of the relocation of that bench into the 5.5, and Parks is looking to add additional benches inside that park. So let me provide you with the reasonings behind why we are proposing this change. So in conjunction with CCPD, we requested past data for the past 5 years. And in the past 5 years, there's been a combined of 34 incidents of crimes against people, crimes against property, and vandalism in and around Sackey Park and the Civitan Service Center. The addition to this is that Public Works Department has grown exponentially at about 42% since fiscal year 2020. As a result, we have not kept up with that growth in terms of employee accommodations in that area. So if you drive at any given time right now to Sackey Park, most of our employees are parking on grass, and they're actually jumping curb just to get to work. So we're not providing a good work environment for our employees, especially with the growth over at Public Works. The other part is that fleet maintenance usually has 167 vehicles at any given time getting services there at the fleet facility. At its highest peak, we're close to 200. The current traffic pattern is unsafe for our employees, it's unsafe for the drivers, and right now that parking area is very, very deteriorated. We are looking to repurpose some of that land for additional parking space and additional area to park vehicles that are still in service. Additionally, Parks and Recs does not have an area for laydown, meaning they don't have an area to place all their materials, mulch, gravel, crushed granite that they need on a daily basis to respond to emergencies or to refurbish park areas.
Unable to contact RT. What was the other one?
As part of the master plan, we're looking, when we repurpose this land, if you look up north, Public Works is looking to expand their parking area, so they're going to go ahead and regrade and create a parking area for their employees up north. On the southern portion of this park redistribution, you're going to have an expansion of fleet operations in terms of parking and maneuvering for the vehicles that are currently being serviced in that area. And you'll also have a portion there that's for park land, for Parks and Recs laydown yard. So pending any questions, the staff does recommend approval with this motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Okay, you said additional parking will be there. There'll be access to that parking from Sackey Drive?
Sir, no. So with the Enclave project, we are looking to secure the industrial hub for the city, so that parking lot will not be accessible to anyone other than Public Works and everyone working inside the area.
Well, no, I understand that, but is there a driveway coming in from Sackey Drive? Because currently there's not.
No, sir, there is no.
So it's only going to be access through
Ayers. There's an area that's coming in through Ayers. So at the part of the Enclave project, there's a fence that leads inside the Public Works area. So the only drive into that parking area will be through the current avenue of approach on Ayers Drive.
So Civitan and Hygeia.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of property that's close to Hygeia and in between where the Parks and Recreation I guess parking lot is, and where the new Public Works building is. What is that going? What's the plan there?
Ernie De La Garza.
It might be good to put up the map.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on the screen actually. So when we worked with the architect, Ernie De La Garza, Interim Assistant City Manager, Director of Public Works. So to answer your question, sir, there is a access that's planned on the north as part of the future project. You see that down the pink. And so that is intended for public. So when they come get their right-of-way permits, public will come and use that parking. And then the expanded area will be off to the right. So there will be a planned access off of Saki just for the public. So that's the architectural layout there. And then, of course, the building is in black. The existing building to the left is that white one. That's the current facility for Public Works. And then the one in black is the one that's proposed as part of the master plan. The smaller one in white, it can withstand up to a category 3, I believe. And then the future one is planned to withstand a category 4. And so in the event of emergency operations, Public Works staff will shelter in place during a major storm event and then stage there and mobilize from there in the future rather than going to one of the emergency centers either in Calallen or Toloso. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I think so. There's several buildings here that, I guess there's 3 new buildings.
All right, so the one that is planned is the one closest to the parking lot. The bigger black one is a long-term storage, or not storage, but almost like a warehouse. So that one is not on the plan currently, so it's just part of the drawing, but nowhere on the CIP for right now. But as far as the parking lot, to the left, it's not shown here, but to the left of the Public Works building is also solid waste. So currently, we share parking with solid waste and their employees as well. And so there is about 300 employees from the Public Works Department there staging from that location, and then, of course, all the solid waste adjacent to us.
Okay, Peter, I think we need a briefing for council as to what the overall plan is for that area, because, I mean, this is kind of some new information that...
We can do that, Councilman.
Okay, so just have a good over plan, because it seems like there's a lot of cost associated with all this.
Yeah.
I assume it's going to be phased in over time, but I want to have a good overview of the entire plan.
Yeah, we're glad you're asking for it. This is an important asset of the city, and it's underdeveloped, has a lot of old infrastructure on there, but a lot of our employees check in and check out every day from the site. So the project here in front of council is to first secure the property. We have millions of dollars of equipment that are exposed and have become victims of vandals and theft, things like catalytic converters and so on. So step one is to fence in the property. So we're securing our assets, the taxpayers' assets. And then step one was to kind of reconfigure how the complex has been set up. It was just kind of, nobody really managed it. And so asset management has taken it over in terms of a kind of a landlord, managing who goes where, managing cleanliness, that type of thing. All that to say, we'll show you the plans to improve this very important work site for the city. This is where our public works, parks, our heavy fleet is maintained, and other departments of that solid waste. So we'll be glad to show you that.
Okay, and the reason I asked if there was going to be an access from Saki's, because there's a lot of residential homes on that side. If we increase the traffic on Saki.
Yeah, we don't want it to go on that side, right? That whole side will be fenced in. For safety for the homes, plus the small park that is there. We don't want to add traffic.
Okay, so that is only for
right-of-way permit
visitor or, public traffic to come in, not for our...
Right. Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Go for dispatch.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you show us in record 473?
I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 19?
10-4.
Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We do have a motion and a second on the table. Please submit your vote.
10-4, thank you.
Clear, all clear, Nancy, back to the high school.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to move up item number 26. That is the hydrogeological analysis and modeling for the Nueces groundwater project and the Evangeline groundwater project by Intera. And after we hear that analysis, then we'll move on to the items that are associated with this study.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer of Corpus Christi Water. I would like to introduce Steve Young with Intera. Steve is a PhD, professional geologist and professional engineer. But more importantly, Steve is working alongside the team for both the nueces groundwater program and also the Evangeline groundwater project. So with that, I'll introduce Steve and have him go through the presentation. Thanks for being here, Steve.
And Mayor, while Steve's coming up, we did hand out the finalized PowerPoint presentation. That's the thicker one. And what we did is we have this for you as well. It's like a placemat. As Steve goes through his presentation, understanding the aquifer is going to be important. It's in one of the slides, but as you advance, you're gonna want to refer back to this. So this is a real good demonstration of the aquifer. Steve's going to talk about the water has been trapped in there for millions of years. It's not a recharged aquifer from rain events. At least it takes years and years and years for the rain to trickle back in. But he'll go over that. But this is just a good, useful tool to have to your side as you go through the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Peter.
Steve, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
5757 South Staples, apartment 30.
Good day. I'm, again, Steve Young. I'm from Austin, Texas, with a company called Antera. The outline has been designed to provide some general information on the Gulf Coast aquifer, to set the stage, to develop a conceptual flow model for the Gulf Coast aquifer, in particular in San Pat in Nueces County. That would be built into a groundwater flow model, which allows us to predict impacts of pumping. Then at the end, we'll cover some of the predictions. Okay, so early on, I will be getting a little technical. I'm sort of a scientist, but I'm going to try to summarize some of the key information to help you understand the system. So on the right-hand, my left-hand side, the Gulf Coast aquifer covers coast to coast of Texas, but it's divided into three main management zones. And it's divided in terms of how much groundwater there is and how it's being used. And all three, right now we're in management 16, and to the north of us is 15, and north of that's 14. There's probably on average about 10 GCDs, groundwater conservation districts, that regulate groundwater. And that will be coming up in Nueces County. As you're aware, doesn't have one at this point, whereas San Pat does. Okay, they all have one thing in common through the Gulf Coast is that general flow picture on the right-hand side. You have at the base of the Gulf Coast, you have a lot of saline water. It's older water. It's been in contact a lot with minerals. It's got mineralized. It's got salty. It's actually a lot of it's saltier than salt water. In the ocean, and what you have is water about 150 miles back coming recharging. It's starting to flow into the system. It's displacing and creating a sort of a flow cycle, and it's a regional flow. That water may take about 100,000 years to reach the coast. Then on top of it, you have smaller flow cycles that really go into the rivers. But this as we talk about it, this isn't one continuous, block of sand. There's actually very differences, and it's controlled a lot by the individual aquifers. And that's the next slide. This is, I'm going to take a little time on this. It's a very important slide. The Gulf Coast has formed over millions of years, and it's changed in its composition as the ocean level changes, as recharge rates change, as where the sediment comes from. And you have four main aquifers they refer to, and that's on the left-hand side in that table. And you have the Chico and Evangeline. Those are two shallow aquifers, which we'll be most interested in. Then you have sort of a clay confining layer called the Burkeville and Jasper. But on the right, I want to give you some perspective of where these sediments are. That the shallowest one is the Chico, which you're interested in, is pink. And then that's at the coast, maybe 1,000 feet, whereas the Burkeville, excuse me, where the Evangel is yellow, and it's a couple thousand feet thick. They have different units of sand and clay at different periods of time. And they have been categorized of how they move groundwater and how they prevent vertical flow of groundwater into formations. We're going to use these formations because it's important to where we pump and where we monitor water. In the Chico, we have formations, which you've probably not heard before. It's Beaumont, Lissy, and Willis. It's alphabetical, B is on the shallowest one. The Lissy there is the most prominent unit. It probably accounts for about 60% of the flow. And a lot of the shallow wells we're talking about are in the Lissy. Underneath it, that advantage is a very big aquifer. And we're really going to be looking at that very upper formation called the Upper Goliad. Typically, the well fields you're looking at will be looking at the Willis and Upper Goliad. You know, they're targeted to these zones where the sands are. Okay. The other aspect that really makes the Gulf Coast different from north to south is recharge. You're in the southern portion, you get about 1/10 the recharge. That's the amount of water that's percolating through the ground and reaches it to the water table. That's forms that sort of pressure head that drives water through the Gulf Coast. It's about 1/10. That means your water will be moving a little bit slower. It's shallow, the shallow water gets in contact longer with the sediment, so it gets saltier. So you have a tendency to have higher TDS. That's a measure of salts, total dissolved solids. It's really, you consider it salts in your water. Now on the right-hand side is an earlier map we did showing where the freshwater zones are in that shallow aquifer called the Chico. I want to point out the dark blue is really where you have a high percent of fresh water. The light blue, we have the less. And you really have less than 20% of the Chico is fresh water. I want to point out in there is that dark blue, the farthest south it goes, is just hits the tip of San Pat County. And it covers the area where the Evangeline Laguna project is, we're going to talk about is. But you got this is the general setup that we have. Back in 2013, Intera did some work with Freeze and Nichols early on. We were here for a couple months on looking at groundwater resources. At that time, they were looking at combining groundwater resources with saltwater desal. What I'm showing you here is, again, another conceptualization, kind of zoomed in on your two counties of sands. Sands are the primary issues, the transport vehicle of water and groundwater, and we're showing the thickness of the sands that contain saline water above 3,000 TDS. And what you want to capture here is that 0 feet means, you see that whole area near the bay, there's really not, all the water is very salty. There's not any good water you can have. To get to the good water in thickness, you have to go north, and you can see up in that corner that 500-foot region there. That's where Evangeline Laguna project is. Or you go west, and one of those areas is where the Western Wellfield is. We're setting the stage of where the water is in these two counties. On the next one is a lot of data, but this was actually done 10 years ago, updated, very slight update in terms of changes. But water is characterized based on its TDS. That's total dissolved solids. Basically, go and actually evaporate water. You see what residuals left and you weigh it. That's how you get the milligrams in weight per liters. If it's less than 1,000, it's considered fresh. And if it's between 1,000 and 10,000, it's considered brackish. And they divide a brackish up to 1 to 3,000 is slightly saline. Okay? And we really want water as fresh as you can get it. Now, I want to point out two aspects. On the right-hand side, we're showing all the water measurements at TDS that's reported in the Texas Water Development Board data set. And they're all green, pretty much, or light yellow. It's all slightly saline. There is, in your counties, there really is no fresh water available in quantities in that upper Evangeline aquifer. And if you go to the Chico, which is the shallow aquifer, if you look very shallow at that Lissy formation, you see, that's the circles. I've isolated that, said shallow. There's a pocket over there where there's some fresh water, but it's shallow. You can't pump a lot of water out of it. You can't get drawdowns. And the next area where some fresh water is up where Evangeline Laguna is. That's Nueces. That's just the bottom of Chico. So you're looking at the bottom of that upper aquifer, and that's where it looks like that's where the better water is going to be. And then back then, in 2013, just to kind of put the ribbon on this, in Terra were to pick where, if you were to go for groundwater, where are the two places you should pick. One, which was the most favorable, was up there. This is before the Land Inclusion Project was formed in that area. I think most people knew that. Yeah, we were estimating quantities of 5,000 to 10,000 to 20,000 acre feet. That's why it's a limit of 20,000. That's why we're looking for. But you had the fresh water, and you had a lot of sands. What you had, though, reason was too, you had a groundwater conservation district. They were just formed. You don't know the rules. This is a very important part of this process. When you start looking at what's available, it's not just physically, it's to make sure that you can work through these regulations to pull the water out. And that's, I'm sure, going to become a question. And the second aspect was, again, the second field was, again, where we had the western. There was good sand. It was still brackish, though. Okay. We're gonna, step back a little and try to kind of put some of this information into understanding what's important when you're looking at trying to understand groundwater flow. I have a conceptual model here of the regional flow. We made it a little more complex. Earlier, we were assuming the Gulf Coast was just all one coat of sand. We really have formations or aquifers. And that's where we have, this is very idealized, but we have two aquifers here. They're blue. That's representing the sands. So the sands are important. What percent of sand makes it how permeable, how water can flow through it. Then the thickness of the sand tells you the capacity. And that capacity is often used a word called transmissivity, which I may mention. It just says that's the capacity for the sand to be moved. Excuse me, for the water to move through the sands. And above it, they could be different sands. That's a shallow aquifer. It moves differently. And it could have a very different water pressure in it. And why you can have different water pressures is the clays. Clays are relatively impermeable, and they don't allow water to move quickly, so pressure can build up in these aquifers, and they can be very different than the aquifer above it. This is important when we go to look at impacts. So when you put a well in a confined aquifer, the well, you screen it in the aquifer, the pressure will rise above the top of the aquifer.
I have confirmation.
And the boundary rights above the aquifer is the available drawdown. This is a very important concept because we say something draws 80 feet. Well, if you only have 100 feet above the aquifer, 80 feet's a big number. But if you have 1,000 feet or 100 feet, 500 feet, it's not as important. You can work with it. You can manage it. And what we're seeing here in this particular case, too, the aquifer above it could have a very different water level. And depending on how much clay you have, and this is what you have to develop a model for, you can pump the lower aquifer, draw it down 300 or 400 feet, and only have the top aquifer maybe only change 10 feet. That's the reason why you have to develop models, is to understand when you're targeting a zone, like a particular aquifer level, how can you pump it, and then how it will affect the wells above it and away from it. And by the more clay you have, you also will distribute where it's collecting water. It forces a bigger zone of where you collect water for a well field. So clays are important as well as sands. Okay? Now we're going to get into the model that we're trying to develop. The model is very complex. And you can think of it, though, in terms of a big Excel sheet. You know, I think hopefully we all remember how Excel sheet works. It's two-dimensional. You can put an equation in. You have variables. And if you change one variable, like it changes all the other grid cells if they're tied together. Excuse me, all the other cells in Excel. In this case, in every grid cell, we put in a water balance equation of saying, if you pump it, how does the aquifer change its flow? What changes? And they're all connected. It's just three-dimensional. It's just a big water budget. But we have to get the information right for it to be able to predict properly. And that's the trick in developing models. This is the model that we're developing and have developed and starting to use for the Nueces County. We have two models being developed. I was asked to come on board this year to develop this, to work with Nick on looking at impacts. So there, that's all the grid cells, that's the model. And we have, away from where we think the walls are going to be, the grid cells mile by mile. That's a standard cell size that's used by the state for their models. As we get into near the river, they're much smaller. They're down to a 16th of a mile. That allows us to get better resolution. That's supposed to be a cross-section. AA was supposed to go through the river in the middle of the model. I shifted the picture so it's off, but picture that AA going through the middle of the grid. And what we have to the right is all the layering we have in that model. The orange colors are the Chico aquifer. We have 3 layers. We talked earlier about that. Everything below it is the Evangeline aquifer. All those different layers, we have to figure out the properties, and we're going to be pumping the upper Goliad, the top layer, and the Willis, and the Litsy in the model. The state's model, which is being used by GMA 16 and a lot of management, has this in 2 layers. And, so there has been a big effort to get this resolution much better. And we would think 2 layers, you would not be able to do a very good job of representing all the different properties in the wells. I'm going to jump ahead just to give you an idea of what we're doing with the model. The picture on the left is the box model, and those little points that are hard to see, that's where we have water levels. We're still getting some more water levels. We're seeing in current conditions what we've simulated. That's the water level. That's if you put a well in to the formation, that's the water level it'll rise to. Negative 100 feet means it's below sea level. That means there's pumping going on in that model that will bring the water below sea level. Because all the clays, things can stay different. And you're at 250, that means the water level in the well is 250 feet above sea level. There are different levels in the aquifer, like I mentioned earlier, so you can have different head values. Is that clear? That's a really hard concept to understand, how you can have in the same location very different head levels that are, especially when you get below sea level. But that's very common. Okay? What we're doing, and this, I'm sure you're going to be asking a lot of questions about the model, but we are no better this model than the data we can use to generate it. What I have here is locations where we've done an aquifer pumping test, where they go out and pump it at least 36 hours. You see how the aquifer draws down and in that immediate area. And you can calculate the property that goes into the model for that, based on that measurement in the field. Then I can go out and do that same test in my model, say I'm going to pump it 1,000 GPM. How far is it going to draw down? What's the rate? And that's just what we do. This is not even required by state models. On the right-hand side, I have a comparison. The bigger the number in the transmissivity is the thickness of the sand, the permeability of the sand, the better it can produce water, the more water you can get out of a well. You can see the numbers are about 1,000, 1,200 something, and we have some tests from the eastern well field. I don't have them all in yet. We have 2 tests from the western well field. They're about the same. The model does a pretty good job of predicting it, so you can feel confident in that area that when we're putting in these pumping rates and predicting, we've ground truth that ability in the model in that vicinity. On the bottom, there's 2 numbers. It's hard to see, but the two tests are about 5,000 Those are the tests that were done in Evangeline Laguna. And I did those tests. You can see that's much higher, but we had much higher sands there. So you might have expected that. And those were done in the Willis and done in the Upper Goliad formations. But that gives you, we're matching that, and that's what we're trying to produce a model. This next picture is just kind of give you an idea of just how hard we're trying to get all the information out of it. These are most of the geophysical well logs. When you put in a well, you basically do an X-ray, and when you do an oil and gas exploration, you do the same. Most of these are from oil and gas operations. We've gone around and collected about 1,000 of these logs. We've analyzed them all like this. On the left-hand side is the depth. So it goes down to 2,000 feet below ground. And on the top right, we have a little transect that starts up in Nueces County and comes all the way down to the bay. They're numbered. I know it might be hard to see all the numbers, but there's a sequence. In each of these, I have them numbered. And black is what clay is. So that tells you can maybe get some isolation. So if you pump below it, the drawdown doesn't go to the top immediately. And the colors are all sands. If it's blue, it's fresh water. If it's slightly yellow, it's slightly saline. If it's red, that's I think it's above 10,000. It's like ocean. So you can see, you get to the ocean or the bay, everything's red. Then if you get way up dip, it's blue, but the blue starts to fade away. And you can look carefully at the green star. That's the western well field. And you can see there's some fresh water near the top. That's one of the logs from the well. These are estimates. And near the bottom, it's more towards brackish. And when you pump it, you get a mixture. I think we're getting about 1,800, and that's about what we get in that well field. If you move down just a little bit farther south, you see a log that's a red star. That's from the eastern. I believe the estimates there are about 3,000 mixed, and that's what you see there. But we're using these sands and clays to put in the model to understand if you pump one zone, how much water you get out of the zone, and how it will propagate upwards. Okay? And this next slide just let you know that we convert all that information by layers. One side's percent sands, the other side's thickness of sands. But that's how we do the model. Don't want to spend too much time on that. Just let you know that's a process we go through. What we've this slide simulates how well the model is predicting water levels. That's why you devise a model. We're showing how it's predicting on the current conditions. I'm showing 2 layers before any type of major pumping, calibrating to measured water levels I had showed earlier, and this is the water levels it predicts. Basically, it goes from high numbers, that's the pressure of the water, and it flows towards the low pressure, would be a lower number, and you can see they're very similar. What you see for all those little circles on the county lines, that's water flowing out of that model towards Clayburgh's pumping wells. Those wells have been pumping a long time. I think they may about 250 feet, 300 feet of drawdown they may have. So those are the ones, that's why you're getting some negative numbers. You get numbers because they've been there for a long time, pulling. They are much lower transmissivity or a lot less sands than you would get up in Evangeline. Okay.
I'm looking for the 17M.
So
that'd be 923.
at this point,
if it is, can you
we've gone through all the sort of technical details. I'm going to ask like Nick to come up and talk a little bit about the well design that we have, and then we'll go over some of the model applications.
Great, thanks, Steve. So Steve's done a great job of explaining the hydrogeology, but then what do we do to put that into use and put it into practical function? So we utilize that data and we do a well design. And what we've shown here is a typical well design. The drawing on the left is the eastern well field, and the drawing on the right is the western well field. And one thing I'd like to point out before I forget, Earlier in the slide where Steve showed all the geophysical logs, our first well on the western well field, we drilled a pilot hole or a test hole to 1,500 feet. The well is not completed to 1,500 feet, but we drilled a pilot hole to 1,500 feet so we could do geophysical logging to that depth, and that was important information so that Steve and his team could better characterize the geology in the area. So specifically, I want to talk about the eastern well field, so that's the drawing on the right. You'll notice well construction consists of a number of different things. It consists of casings and screens. The screens are installed at intervals and depths to target those specific formations, those specific sand intervals that will provide both the water quality and the quantity that we're looking for. However, in our case, what we've done is we actually bypass some of the fresher water quality, and we also bypass some of the quantity in the shallower formations so that we wouldn't have any effect on the residential or livestock wells. So in essence, what we did, if you look at the eastern well field, we set 20-inch, well, there's a 40-foot conductor casing, and then we set 20-inch steel casing to approximately 465 feet. The annulus of that casing, or the outside of that casing, is pressure cemented, and we utilize that pressure cement sealing along with the confining clay layers within the formation to seal off where we're drawing water from the lower formations from what the residential and livestock wells are utilizing in the upper extent of the aquifer. In the eastern well field, the typical residential wells are anywhere from 50 to 100 feet or so. The eastern well fields, when those wells are not in operation, they are artesian, so they're flowing. The static head there is approximately 10 feet above ground level, plus or minus. The western well field's a little bit different. Surface elevation is different as well. It's a little higher as can be expected. Typical, and this is a drawing for well 9 in the western well field. So you can see we've got that 20-inch casing set and cemented to 535 feet. And the depth of the well is actually 830 feet or so. And again, we utilize the information from the geophysical logs to determine the specific intervals where we are pulling the water from. And again, the goal is to separate ourselves or our production zone from that upper level, which is where the majority of the residential and livestock wells are at. In the area of the western well field, the majority of those wells are approximately 250 feet. So those are targeting those upper formations, as Steve does such a great job of explaining that. And it's, I do want to share, interesting, when we started working on this project, you know, the typical comment is, hey, we're bypassing, Nick, you're bypassing CCW, you're leaving that shallower water on the table. We are, but our goal was to be able to provide water from the lower extent without any ill consequences. I also want to thank Weisinger. They're our primary driller on these projects. They provided us with these well drawing and schematics, so I told them that I would mention them during the course of this discussion. So those are the typical well constructions for both the east and the west. They are not all the same at all. They all vary. They can vary, the depths can vary 10 to 15 to 20 to 50 feet. Each well is designed after those geophysical logs come in, and we analyze them, review them, and then we settle on the well field design. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Steve.
Charlie, 260, we're not getting returns, right?
Okay, we're on the final lap. Thanks for your patience. This slide here is just a summary of the model. The point is, we have gone in and gathered as much information, hydrogeologic, as we could. We've extracted information that we can, looking at very detailed. We're still looking. And it compared to what's been done previously at this area, this goes way beyond anything else that's been done. Be glad to ask questions towards the end. But we're still not finished. There's, I guess the main task is we're still adding some more water levels. At the time we started working at this, the ways the ground, the discussions with Evangel Laguna had started, so I'll be bringing some more information in from there. And the question of that will rise up is land subsidence, and I want to cover that a little bit. I suspect there might be a question on that. I've done a lot of work with land subsidence, especially up in Harris Galveston, and done quite a bit of 15-2 and done some predictions. And I think it's worth discussion. There's a concern that will come up. We have a basic equation to understand what goes on with land subsidence in that with 4 coefficients. The B is representing the actual amount of land, the subsidence that has occurred. The CT is the amount of clay. It turns out this clay has a much higher potential for subsiding than does sand. So you really want to keep track of that thickness of the clay. What determines how much weight is put on that clay and how makes it collapses by taking out the drawdown. You're taking out that buoyancy effect of the water. You're allowing more weight to go on it, and that's what that D is, the drawdown. In the middle one that looks like a Greek letter, that is about how much you can squeeze clay and make it, and when you squeeze it hard, how much it collapses. So what they did to get these parameters, they up in Galveston and Harris County area, they have about 10 feet of subsidence. I'm sure you're all aware of that. They have a bowl. It's kind of reason they kind of have some issues with flooding. Subsidence brings some bad things with it. And they can measure that subsidence. They know how much clay is in that aquifer. They know how much they've drawn down that aquifer by using wells. So they can calculate that alpha term, figure, well, how much would, if you had drawdown, would you expect that to happen? Okay, so that's a simple equation you might see, and it's a good for sort of an upper bound estimate of how much land subsidence we could get. So but it has some limitations. And on the right, I'm going to give you 2 examples here. Is it sounds like marbles, and when you put pressures on it, they just rearrange. So there's not a big potential for it to collapse, okay, and change and condense. Whereas clay is platey, like playing cards. So if you build a house of cards and you collapse it, it really collapses down. So once you reach a certain threshold, clay will start to collapse really quickly. But you have to reach a certain threshold. It's not linear. You might have to have 100 feet of drawdown or 50 feet before it starts to collapse. But that's one thing that you have to realize, and the reason we have to model it, it's not linear. It reaches a point and it collapses a lot, then it flows. The other aspect is, reason we have to model it, is we're looking at these clay layers that are in between sand layers. For the clay to collapse, water has to physically flow out of the clays. It doesn't leave instantaneously. It's timing. And that's an important part of our project. It may take 15 years for clays, after you reduce the pressure, to actually get the water out to fully collapse. It might even could even be longer. And you have a system here where my understanding is the west and eastern well fields will be intermittent. You may be pumping it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, cut it off for 10 years, and that really affects how much subsidence you have. So we do have to go through this process of looking at the threshold where subsidence happens and how often long you'll be pumping. Okay? Next slide, the last slide. Discussion of model applications. There'll probably be a few more things we need to cover here, but I covered some highlights. We have, in terms of available drawdown at these well fields, you have about 400 feet, 400 or 500 feet of available drawdown. Because Nick said we put those screens down lower, below a lot of shallow wells. The idea is you're not going to be trying to pump those all at one, at maximum, but you probably find a rate and then have an ability to raise and lower them by adjusting that drawdown when you need more pumping. We did a couple of runs. The model's not finalized yet, but we certainly are running it. It's good enough to be estimates. We've run a couple runs where we looked at more than 20 MGD at the eastern well and western well field. And we are trying to keep about 100 feet at least above the screen levels, because that's for design purposes for how to operate a well. And this is the big take-home message that we're willing to share at this point, I feel confident in sharing, is that we have wells mapped. We went to the Sandpat, GCD, got their wells. We've put them in these different model layers. We've gone to the Water Development Board, had all the wells that they've, I think, installed since 2010 and a few other data sets to map those. And we really have in this area about 3,000 wells. And when we run this, we're running it for 3 years, we see 22 wells. These would be the deeper wells that have 50 to 100 feet of drawdown. We're getting, in the well field itself, we're probably getting about, I think, 350 for these runs, might be a little higher. And so the 22 of those wells that's sort of in the same layer, but farther away, 50 to 100 is being realized, feet of drawdown. And 6 wells have more than 100 feet, 100 to 150 feet. So, when I've been involved with these type of problems where you've had to deal with the issue of drawdowns. I've been up in Vista Ridge, and this is typically solved by some type of well assistance program, and the water's still there, but those wells have to probably be dropped or managed. The well, someone has to be paying for that, and that's a discussion and going forward. I'm sure we will be discussing later. We also, we're still looking to adjusting the pumping ranges at wells, and because right now we're just pumping all the wells the same, and so you can adjust this a little bit by adjusting the pumping rates in locations. We're looking at having monitoring wells to real time be monitoring that, so you can adjust it as you operate it, and we'll be looking to modify the model in the near future with additional information. So at that time, I'd be glad to address, Nick and I would be glad to address any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Mr. Young, I appreciate the presentation. I would say that it's probably a much higher level than what most of us have heard in the past, and there are some clarifications I want to use as it ties to what the requirements are for the Texas Water Development Board. Obviously, they have specific, and I won't use the acronym, it will be a modeled available groundwater for the Gulf Coast aquifer within the region that we're in, right? It's GMA 16, correct? Now, San Patricio has much higher available water than what nueces does per the information on the Texas Water Development Board. Now, this doesn't, on the different levels, it doesn't specify that in that information, right? So how does that work specifically based on the different aquifers that you have? And I'm assuming, you have different levels. How does the modeled available groundwater apply to the different levels?
I'll be glad to answer that, but I can't answer it in a few words. I'll just go through the process of, if you can hang with me for a few minutes.
Take as much time as you need.
No, I won't do that. But I was involved with the process with GMA 16 but those numbers were set and actually did the model runs. So I am knowledgeable about that. And so what happens on the DFC process, let's get them on the same page. The GCDs get together, they have a 5-year period where they look at each other's pumping and figure out what they can live with, and they will put it into a 50-year projection run, have annual pumping at these, in this case, by aquifer. You're absolutely right. Just to be for Chico aquifer, because it's one layer in the Evangeline aquifer. Some may have some districts way up, like Jim Hobbs or something, may have something for Jasper. But they put that in the running, and they will run their model out. That would be the model that they have developed, and we have reviewed those models, and we use them. And that's they would run out for 50 years or 60 years, and whatever that model produces would be an average drawdown. They calculate at every grid cell, they have a drawdown, but then they will average it over a county by aquifer. So you may have 20 or 30 grid cells, because they're mile by mile roughly, in a county. You take all 30 ones that are in the Chico level, and that's the DFC, so they have an average drawdown, and then they would have it for different layers. They will express it differently. Some say they'll take the average for the whole Gulf Coast, meaning even something really deep, or they may just take the Chico, or may take both. That run, after they vote saying we see the impact, what the neighbors do to us, what we do to ourselves, we believe that's acceptable. They'll submit a DFC to the Water Development Board. The Water Development Board will take that model run, and they will actually look at what was put in the pumping file. And that's actually what becomes the MAG, the Managed Available Groundwater. So it's not really an independent calculation. It's actually almost done with the submittal. And the board is checking to making sure that the calculations were done correctly. So the key aspect is to be getting into the management meetings and to advocate for a project to get those that pumping rates installed into that pumping run. So then you have a pumping run for your county for that aquifer, and that's how it's done.
Okay, so, and just, I want to try and kind of separate the two here, right? Obviously, we have a much higher, I believe, for San Patricio, for 2020 is 43,600 acre feet per year. And then Nueces County, which does not have a management district, is 6,300.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't fully explain that process. So the Patricio number is so much higher because I guess maybe 8 years ago, we put in the Evangeline project. That was put in. In this cycle, I believe you are submitting your pumping files and information to the GMA to be put in this year.
Okay, so what you're saying is that this is based on what is being pumped, not on what is actually modeled to be available to pump.
No, I'm actually, I'm sorry I misspoke. I am saying that what's being projected as a MAG is the projected pumping that each county submits to be included in that 50-year run. The Evangeline, project had not started when those pumping files were put in about 8 years ago. But they petitioned, they got the permit, so the GCD said, I got the permits, I want to put this pumping file in that run for San Patricio file. That's how they got such a big number.
Okay.
Now you would have to go through that same process, and Nueces doesn't have a GCD. I believe, and Nick, you can comment on this, that they're making that submission, and I was in the last meeting that the files were, at that point for Nueces was up to 80,000 acre feet. I'll let Nick comment on that.
Yes, Steve, you are absolutely correct. So we've made a submission, a request to GMA 16, utilizing the pumping data that we've collected for both of our well fields.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Councilman, one more point. So the Nueces County, the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District is a conservation district in part of Nueces County, so I did want to make that correction.
Right, I get it. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible for the viewing audience to say how these things work, right? The ASR that we have consists of our city limits plus a little bit extra, right? It does not constitute the whole Nueces County. So the numbers that I'm seeing, I'm not sure where they're actually modeled from, the 6,339 acre feet per year. Is that reflective of just where we are in our ASR, or is it the entire county?
Yeah, I'm going to make a comment. I'll let Steve elaborate. One thing is, and Steve did a great job of explaining the water quality of the groundwater in Nueces County. I think we can all agree it's not ideal, right? We've seen higher TDS. The maps have shown it. We've known it, but certainly the necessity and the need has increase the amount of the city itself looking at groundwater resources to diversify our supply in times of these drought periods. So like Steve said, intermittently, we want to be able to utilize those wells to supplement us during the drought period. So the previous projections were done when those lower formations were not being utilized. But I'm going to step aside and let Steve provide a little more history because he has worked with the GMA.
Yeah. We're getting close, but that 6,000 came from the last planning cycle. And at that point, no one approached the GMA 16 to say, we anticipate this type of pumping to go on in Nueces County. So no one was advocating for any type of higher pumping at that time. So that did not make it into that process where they would put it into those runs, those model runs. So it wasn't that like the water wasn't there, was that no one was looking to make it available, more or less, because there is not, even though it sounds like managed available groundwater, it sounds like folks are coming together to figure out what really can these aquifers produce. It's that, but it's more for those, can we produce what someone has requested? So someone has to make the request before it really gets into that planning process.
Okay, so the groundwater conservation district in San Patricio, okay, they have a specific requirement per acre of 1.25 acre feet of water per acre.
Yes.
Now, we don't have that in Nueces County, outside of our ASR. There's no restriction. So our city has purchased 251 acres in a certain area, and we have some, 11 acres along the Nueces River, total of, 262 acres. And the proposal was to utilize the same amount of water, or gain the same amount of water from that as we were looking from San Patricio. Now, I'm assuming there are different levels of where we would get that water from. I guess it's below 800 feet. I saw on the schematic for the actual wells, it was 1,080 feet.
It's similar formations, but different elevations. You're correct.
Okay, so looking at the different elevations, we have not taken that into consideration with regards to and I'll use the modeled available groundwater because of the different formation. So how do we get to a point where it makes it easy for you to understand? Because obviously there are people out there that are really upset that we're going after this water. And I think it's a lack of information that we're providing in a simplified form to where it's like, we're not going to affect our neighbors with the drawdown of water. But what is that limitation? Where is the line drawn on a per acre basis so that can be communicated to the general public in the county?
There is no line drawn in the DFC GMA 16 planning process, to answer your question.
Okay, so do we need to create that?
It's not for me to decide, but I would say that would be the responsibility of those that are pumping to create that. How you would respond, and we're talking about a well assistance program what would be the limits and that you would seem would be appropriate for a good neighbor policy? Yes.
Okay, so, and Peter, this will probably go to the question. Who makes that decision for the Corpus Christi ASR?
Nick will have to answer that because he's...
Yeah, if I could answer that. So as you've seen today, data is critical, right? It's critical for Steve's modeling efforts. It's critical for how we manage both well fields. What we would like to do is if there are any neighbors who are willing to work with us, we would like to take baseline data from their wells and monitor it regularly, right? So that way we can see if there's any negative impacts on their wells at all. That way we can work with them and provide solutions and options working together on that. That's part of the operations goals of our well fields.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is somewhat of a self-imposed limitation, because right now there are no limitations. There's, it's, we get, because it doesn't exist, right? There's no groundwater control district in the areas where we're drilling these wells. So I want to make sure that we are cognizant of our responsibility as, a neighbor to limit what we can, and communicate that limitation based on the information from Interra to say what we can take and what we can't, and how it won't affect the surrounding wells and neighbors of individuals there. So I want to make sure that we self-impose this, and I don't know if it has to be a council action or not. That's why I asked the question, who makes a decision on how much water you can draw down from our ASR?
So I completely agree. We've got to work closely with our neighbors, and we've always tried to design wells appropriately so that there's minimal impacts. One thing that I do know, and I think Steve will agree with me, when you're talking about hydrogeology, you need a lot of data to draw specific guidelines, right? So it's more important to collect data right now and make adjustments as we see changes. And that's why whenever we have a pumping test, that immediately goes to Interra. Whenever there's a new geophysical log, it immediately goes to Interra. And then what he's doing, he's updating that model. And then Steve can advise us on how to best manage and operate that
Okay,
that
so does historical data not exist for us to be able to generate something from this?
So if you look at County Road 73 and the well field there are no wells that are 700-800 feet in that area, right? Along that road on those properties where we drilled the wells.
Are there any of those that are in the county at that depth?
Well, we need to be careful about going, making county-wide statements, because Steve did a great job of explaining the different formations and the confining layers, and when you're looking down dip or up dip from the geology and the aquitard standpoint.
Okay, so and Nick, I understand what you're getting at, and because it's not consistent across the county. I understand that.
Correct. Okay,
sorry about that, but what I'm looking for is very simplified way to communicate to the general public. I appreciate and if I hadn't done some pre-work on this, I probably wouldn't have understood a lot of this. But it's important to get a simplified information and some specific restrictions on what we need to do. Okay? And I'll back off. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, my questions will be very simple. They won't be technical. Mr. Young, I'm so glad you're here. You have no idea how glad I am that you're here. I've been really concerned about the area out there for the county where they're drilling the wells. So I've got some simple questions. It's just 250 acres on one of them. Are we drilling too many wells on there? I know we have toned it down and not drilling as many. Are there too many on that small area?
The advantage of drilling a lot of wells is that you can actually get more water out of it, because you're going to, if you have one well, you have to have a lot more drawdown in the one well, and it will end up going into the screen. So you won't get any more water out of the system by drilling. There's going to be a limit of how many wells that really can be efficient. The more wells, the better. It's costly, and I don't think Nick and his staff have worked out what's the right number of wells to do to make it cost efficient. Putting more wells in doesn't make you can get more water out. It just gets it's just more efficient. So instead of having a few wells that you have very large drawdowns, you have a few you can manage better. So the question I think you might be trying to ask: are we trying to get too much water out of that area? Thinking by you can really increase it by putting a lot more wells in. I don't know that answer yet. I don't think we know it, but I would say that you could easily put in 12 wells and be very efficient. Whether it's 16 is the right number or gets you more, we don't know. But there's going to be a limit that's not controlled by the wells, but by the geology of how much water you can get out.
Okay, and what about
that's going to be the limit.
What about the distance between the wells?
Again, that comes down to how costly it is to the well. Obviously, you put wells together, they start interfering with one another, and then they just become more costly. So it comes down to designing the well to meet the amount of water you think you can withdraw out and still not affect the neighbors, which was Councilor Hernandez was talking about. Because really what you're going to be, in my opinion, is what you're going to be concerned about in managing the water is the impact on existing wells or people's property.
Yes.
And that's a little different, and that's going to be controlled more about how much you're pumping out of there than the number of wells.
Okay, will there be signs of subsidence before it happens? Something, even to the people's land around there, will there be signs?
When you start seeing subsidence, it will take some time. And I've been talking with staff here about the possibility of putting out some monitoring equipment beforehand, and that is part of my task to do, is to recommend that. You basically just can cement a GPS a pole in the ground, and you have to put it down maybe 10 feet, and you can get measurements daily of how that land subsidence is changing. So you really would want to put that out and to anticipate that, because when subsidence happens, you stop pumping, it doesn't stop immediately. It might take 2 years for it to stop.
Okay.
But that process is being discussed, is to put the right monitoring equipment in, and we have a task to make a design for it. I think they have up in Houston, maybe they got 140 these type systems involved, and I would recommend you consider that.
Well, I think the city's done a good job to try and do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. I really have confidence in Nick and Mr. Sinoni that that's happening, but I just want to make sure the residents out there have a form of relief. So can you say anything to them that would make them feel a little bit better? Because let's just say you've got all those pumping. How long is it taking to fill it back up? And what's the long-term risk of collapse?
Well, there's no risk of collapse. You're not going to, you would have to have thousands of feet of drawdown. I will tell you, we have run some cases. If you were to pump the aquifer like 3 years, within 6 months, I think it's at least 50%. I think it's 70% of the water actually returns to that pressure level. Everything's under pressure there, and it responds much quicker than if you were just pumping at ground surface. The water just forces that. You get that cone of depression. You get a couple 100 feet difference. So that's a huge pressure drive to put that water back into place, and it comes back really quickly. So if there were to have problems, that's part of the management plan. I think Nick would be talking about putting together. There'd be monitoring, and if you saw some thresholds being reached, you would have to take some type of action before any damage would be done.
Okay, and do you feel comfortable with what the city's doing right now out there?
Well, I don't know about comfortable, because I don't think they haven't done anything in the Western well field, but in terms of designing a system for monitoring, the idea of designing a monitoring system, which I believe they committed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the idea of putting in some monitoring for land subsidence. This goes well beyond what's required. It's, Texas is the state of rule of capture. The GCDs are created not to get rid of real capture, but to modify it. So that is the law, and it is on being a good neighbor, which I believe the district has, the city has every intent of putting a monitoring system in, and for both water levels and subsidence. And then to look, as Nick mentioned, to work with those that might be impacted for some type of well assistance, which is, I would highly recommend.
So how long a distance would it be for any of these wells to affect the neighbors? How big of an area? Do we know that?
Yeah, we have some simulations. Did you want to jump on that one?
I can provide some distance. So a couple of clarifying things. So in the western well field, there's currently 12 wells planned. That may shift, it may decrease if we see something alarming in the pumping test, but that's what's currently planned. All the wells are a minimum of 1,000 feet apart, and none of the wells are on property boundaries, right? So they're further into the land. We don't want to have our wells producing on a property boundary as well. So once we've got we've drilled well 9, 10, and 11. We're currently getting ready to pump test well number 11. When we did pump test well number 10, we measured the water drawdown in 9. And that was minimal. So those wells are targeting similar formations, but we saw very low drawdown, 1,000 to 1,500 feet away. And then, as Steve mentioned, we do have a water level monitoring plan in place. We've got 5 monitoring wells on the eastern well field to measure the depth of the water in that upper Lissy formation. And then we'll have, you will probably end up having 6 or 7 monitoring wells in the western well field.
I'm just trying to figure out what distance the citizens should be concerned out there, because you're out there, you've got a lot of what I call the river people, right, pretty close to you. And I'm just wondering how far out it would affect, if it has affected anybody that we know of, and if something were to happen that it did affect, what would the city do to help them?
So a couple of points. I think those are excellent questions. A couple of points that I do want to remind everyone. So like on the eastern well field, there's 8 wells. It doesn't mean we're running all 8 wells at the same time simultaneously. We have an operation management plan. And it's also important, there are times when there's generator issues, when there's pump issues, you gotta build in a redundancy. The other thing that we really recommend, we have permanent staff at each well field. People can approach us and let us know if they are aware of an issue. We want to investigate it. We don't want to jump to conclusions. We want to investigate it and ideally get some data that'll help guide our operational decisions going forward as well.
But the final question is, if something happens out there to any of those landowners' wells, the city will have to look into that and find a solution,
yes.
correct?
Right. Yeah, that's correct, Councilwoman. We will do that. Yeah, or help explain. A few folks have approached me saying their wells are having issues, but it's not caused from our wells. It may be from the lack of rain. We're in a drought. So, however, what we've promised, and we're going to have a community meeting out there soon. That's going to be one of our first community meetings, is to make sure the community knows who we are and that we will help them if there's an issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Councilman got it.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Dr. Young, for that PhD presentation at a very high level. Nick, don't go too far, because my questions are really for you. So we're going through the modeling process. So at what point are we going to have some recommendations? I mean, because that's information becomes available, modeling and monitoring data, existing monitoring wells, working on adjusted spatial distribution. So at what point are we going to have recommendations?
So we do have, and I don't want to speak for Steve, but we do have recommendations from Intera, and that's 11 MGD sustainable pumping at the eastern well field and 17 MGD at the western well field. And I've stated in a lot of the water supply updates, the data keeps getting fed back to Steve in the model. so that he can update it and let us know if those recommendations either go up or go down. So whenever new data is available, we provide it to Steve, and then he updates us. The important thing to note is the entire work on this groundwater model is very substantial. The number, and Steve was talking about it, the number of cells and the depths, that work has not been done previously. So what they're developing is an excellent model for the city to utilize well into the future.
And could, I guess, whichever GCD is developed, then obviously that data will be available for them to utilize to be able to put together this recommendation of maximum utilization.
Yeah, the data that is compiled is important to share. Right, a lot of the data that Steve has utilized to build a baseline for that model wasn't city data, right? Because we haven't had wells except for those 80s and 90s wells, but he used data from others, as was available from the Texas Water Development Board, from other groundwater conservation districts. So to protect the resource, the data is important, and we would absolutely share it.
And then, is there any regulatory requirement that we share it? I mean, you just said that we should, but does the state of Texas require, I mean, we're subject to open records. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I will say this. So whenever a well is drilled within the state, it is the obligation of the licensed water well driller to submit that data to the state so it be included in the database. Now, additionally, taking it back to the city of Corpus Christi, if there are residents drilling a well for irrigation, maybe a 50-foot well, the licensed water well driller has a responsibility to submit logs to the state and also to the Aquifer Storage and Recovery District, just so that we can track the amount of water being utilized.
And the reason I ask that is because there's obviously concern about transparency. So if the state, if we have information that we submit to the state, then once again, there's a regulatory requirement, so that way any individual or any engineering firm or anybody that's employed has the ability to go and get that information.
It's on a state database, and they have the wells mapped. It's actually a pretty robust database. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw it and I thought, somebody sent it to me, and what is it? I was just, anyway, it's just like all this other stuff. I felt like during, I mean, just to be oversimplistic, during Mr. Young's presentation, I felt like Charlie Brown back from there, when his teacher was talking. Okay, so going back to the regulatory requirements, so now, is there a regulatory requirement with regard to, I know these GCDs, what is it? Obviously, they're just like us. We're city council. We decide within our it has to go before us, or the information has to come before us to be able to make decisions. But obviously, we have to comply with state and federal laws. So are there regulatory requirements that restrict us from overutilizing these wells?
There's no state or federal guidelines that would restrict us from operating the wells. However, caveat, we do have a bed and banks permit for the eastern well field. The bed and banks permit provides certain protocols on the water that, well, it's actually the overall quantity of the water and the quality of the water and how it's reflective in the river.
And how long is, I guess, so we have to report that information back to the state?
That's correct. So we do a monthly, what's called a monthly diversion request. We inform the state how much water we will be pumping, and then at the same time, any information, data obtained, the state through the water master can come out, meet with us, and review it.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So once again, this is just evolving. You said the recommendation is already 11 MGD for the eastern and 17 for...
That's correct, with the caveat that as more data is provided, we'll rely on Intera's professional judgment and to tell us, hey, you need to adjust this.
And how often will we be reviewing that?
So as the data becomes available.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, I mean, this is, these wells in Nueces County are meant to get us through drought conditions. These are critical assets for the city. We have every intention, the city and CCW, of maintaining those assets. But let's go into a hypothetical situation when the western reservoirs recover. We're not relying upon those wells. We will exercise them once a month. We will maintain them, but we will not be doing the daily pumping.
Here, and one other thing, how many test wells do we have?
So the drilling program has been, we set up over a well, like the first well in the western well field, we'll drill a pilot hole, which is 12 inches in diameter to a certain depth, do the geophysical logging, and then we'll design the well and convert that to a production well. Now, there's also monitoring wells. Those are small diameter wells, typically 4 inches in diameter, and that there's no pumps in those wells, just water level measuring equipment where we can monitor the water levels in the formations.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work and the diligence of your staff and Dr. Young. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so 17 is the recommended. I thought it was 12.
Now, there's 12 wells that will produce 17 million gallons.
17 MGD.
Yeah, 17 MGD in the western well field. That would have 12 wells.
8 wells with 11 on the eastern.
Correct.
Correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was the question answered? Who would create the well assistance program?
So that's what we talked about, is that's something that we would work, CCW would work with Intera to continue to gain recommendations. But as the city manager said, we are looking to have a community meeting in an area that would be consistent with both the eastern and western well fields,
Right.
so that we can exchange information with the residents.
No, I understand, but creating an actual well assistance program is something that is both sides would have in hand, that both sides would say, this is what we're going to go by. Because, I mean, 2 years from now, who's going to be sitting here? Who's going to be in your chair? It could be you, or it could be you there, or not, right? And so there has to be some plan that regardless of who is in the positions, have to fall back on, as opposed to, we said we would go, help the community.
Right, there will be a city council approved program, Mayor.
There will be. Okay, so then y'all will create it.
Yes, ma'am. Right, we'll
That was
create it
question.
and come to city council. I can't write checks out to council. Has to delegate that authority to us. However, on today's agenda, we're talking about the western well fields for folks in the audience and listening. For the Evangeline project, we already have a program for three entities that is on the agenda for city council approval. That includes the city of Sinton, the community of St. Paul Water Corporation, as well as the municipal golf course that is in the Welder Park in San Patricio, just adjacent to Sinton. So that one's done. That one's been reviewed by the two parties. We're working with the golf course operator. They're in agreement with the terms. So something similar to that is what we'll create for the western and eastern Nueces County well fields.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for this incredibly robust presentation. It was very, very fascinating and interesting to see the layers and depths of the different aquifers and the materials and the compositions therein, and how the role that the city of Corpus Christi plays in the future of these resources. And to me, the presentation here, while it presented a truly deep information base, it also signals, I think, a very strong message of the interest that CCW and Corpus Christi has in doing a very thorough examination and research on how we progress utilizing each of these resources. And I do recognize that there's some members from our neighbors in Sinton here today, and I'm grateful for their presence, but I hope that this is a good snapshot of how interested we are in being good partners with these resources and being responsible with the use. And as our city manager said, working together to find solutions that care for the interests and the well-being long-term for each of these partners. So it was really great information. I'm thankful for the handout as well, so we can keep that as we move forward through this progress.
Thank you. Nick, thank you. Dr. Young, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. And if we have further questions as we move on to the next item, which is our Evangeline item, which is why we moved this up. And I know we have several people here who are waiting for this particular item. I'm going to move into item number 20, and then we'll break for lunch. So that is a one-reading ordinance authorizing execution of a groundwater rights purchase and sale agreement with Evangeline Laguna LP, execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Sinton, and an agreement with St. Paul Water Supply Corporation for possible remediation activities due to the Evangeline groundwater project.
Charlie 230, the child is conscious and breathing.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water.
It's over there behind Andy's kitchen. 24.
The background of the agreement, the property is located north of Sinton, Texas in San Patricio County. The parcel is located within the San Pat Groundwater Control District. Evangeline Laguna LP, which is the entity of which this agreement would be with, has groundwater rights for 22,789 acres of land. That property is owned by different entities. The Evangeline groundwater rights equate annually to approximately 24 million gallons a day. The costs for the city to purchase these water rights in perpetuity is $169,491,700. And if you look at the map on the left, you can see the green area is the property in question. Also shown on the screen is the City of Sinton, as well as the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. Both the City of Sinton and the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation utilize groundwater wells to serve their customers. On September 23rd, the city and Evangeline Laguna agreed to enter an agreement for the fee simple purchase of the groundwater rights with the following terms. The city will pay a non-refundable $1 million earnest and option payment for a 120-day due diligence, or you can call it an inspection period as well. Additionally, there'll be $3.25 million escrowed at the end of the inspection, period. This amount would be subtracted from the total purchase price. Evangeline Laguna, within 180 days, will provide the following. They'll provide clear and indefeasible groundwater rights. They will provide surface use agreements. Those are surface use agreements that have been pre-negotiated with the landowners, the subject landowners. And those surface rights agreements are critical so that the infrastructure can be developed and put into place so construction can occur. They will also provide non-appealable drilling and transport permits. As was said earlier, they already have a production permit in hand, but that will be transferred to the city as part of the condition to close. Council has previously authorized a number of agreements so that the city and CCW can move forward in our due diligence and the pre-engineering for this project. Understanding that time is of the essence, we have had contracts approved for attorneys, for a property surveyor, and also for various engineering entities. The engineering team consists of Pape Dawson Engineers, Hanson Consultants, and Intera Incorporated as well, as Steve Young stated earlier. Additionally, the other entity, the other engineering firm working on this project with this team is HDR. They are doing so under another contract, but they are a big part of the team. The next steps is the ordinance authorizing execution of the groundwater rights purchase and sales agreement. Additionally, the execution of an interlocal agreement with the City of Sinton and a future agreement with the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. These agreements would provide remediation activities that may be forthcoming as a result of the Evangeline Groundwater Project. The FY26 capital budget would have to be amended as well to provide for funding under the capital fund. The timeline for this project, again, there are concurrent periods that are going on. The city's due diligence pre-engineering period is 120 days. The Evangeline Laguna period is 180 days, and that's to provide those key components, which are the permits and the secured the groundwater rights for the city to review, and then also to provide all of the surface use agreements as well. The city's pre-inspection period will consist of many tasks. We will review access to proposed well locations. As you all know, access is very critical. We will review and confirm the well field layout, identify existing infrastructure that may impede a well field layout. We're working with the engineering team, which again is Pape Dawson, Hanson, and Intera, working with AEP, the electrical provider, to understand the electrical infrastructure. There's additional review of the title and surface use agreements. Dr. Steve Young is working on the hydrogeology and continue to confirm those assumptions. And then, of course, the land survey to confirm the amount of acres associated with the purchase. With that, I will stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I know we had some conversations, and have we gotten the survey results yet?
We did, and Miles just got the final information this morning, I believe, so.
Yeah, we did just get the final information, and it did come up a bit short like we actually had expected. Looks like we're between 800 acres and 1,400 acres short.
Okay, does that change the production permits?
It could result in a change to the production permits.
Okay, so our term sheet was based on the amount of acre feet of water that we can produce would reflect on the price. Is that correct?
There is an adjustment clause in the contract that will reduce the amount of the contract for reduced production capacities in the permits.
Okay, and that will all be determined within the 6-month window?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Bonetta.
Here, we just kind of glazed over the interlocal agreements. Can you tell us what those entail?
Yeah, I can provide details on that. So working specifically with our partners in Sinton, the interlocal agreement would allow for, in my opinion, the most important thing is an interconnect. So it would allow for the city of Sinton to interconnect with our well field so that in times if their existing well pumps went down for any number of reasons, it might be electrical strike taking out the motor, it could be a mechanical failure. If they needed to, they could tie into our raw water system. That's interconnection agreements are very important. They certainly bolster both parties working on the agreement. Now, additionally, the city, if there's any issues resulting from the operation of the Evangeline well field. The city will work with the city of Sinton to identify the cause and then remedy those issues. During the remedy of the issues, the city would provide water at no cost. Additionally, I do want to back up, I forgot to mention it, if there is a mechanical defect, something that's not part of, has not been caused by the operation of the Evangeline well field, the city of Sinton can interconnect with our raw water system at the Evangeline well field for a period of 60 days. After 60 days, they will pay our raw water rate if by chance they needed that.
And then with St. Paul, is it what are the details of it?
Be a very similar agreement. We met with the city manager and I met with the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. It was a very good meeting. We identified and lined out the terms of the agreement, and they were very receptive. So it'd be very similar. The St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. The agreement's different. It's not an interlocal agreement because they are not a government entity. They are a nonprofit corporation, though.
Okay, and so how does their regulatory process work then? I mean, suppose they say, no, we don't want you. I mean, who does it go to? They have a board, or do they have?
They have a, right. They have a board. They have a like a CEO or a general manager, and then they have a board of directors. And so we will, this type of an agreement, because they're not a governmental entity, doesn't need city council approval, but we're advising council about it. And it's similar to Sinton, the Sinton one. And so they have a copy of it. Similar to Sinton, they haven't objected to any of the items, nor have they asked for any additional material to be added into the agreements. So we're confident that the agreements are mutually satisfactory.
Okay, so but does the city of Sinton obviously has to bring this before their council?
They will, and we're going to go to their council meeting when they do that. They're here today, the mayor's here and the city manager, and one of several meetings that I've had with them, we told them when you do put it on your agenda, we'll go to your city council meeting to do a briefing on the project as well as the interlocal agreement.
And then let's just assume on the off chance that they don't support it. What is it? Where do we go from there? I mean,
we continue to talk and see what their issues are and mutually find a common ground.
Okay, so now let me ask something else. I'm just wondering how much time do I have, Rebecca? Just tell me. You don't have to put it up there. Okay, man, a lot of time. Okay, so we're gonna. So far, we've spent, or at least for this particular project, because I know we've spent tons of man hours reviewing Evangeline and negotiating over the past decade, probably. And I know very much so last year and the year before then. So that way we've come to this point. So but for right now, we've expended we've encumbered $928,000.
That's correct.
Yes. And then we're going to add an additional $1 million of non-refundable earnest money.
Correct.
And then where did those funds come from?
The funds are coming from the water fund and
the water capital fund.
That's correct. So we have had there are a number of recently bid projects that came in under budget. So if you remember that 900,000, we used that CIP savings from the capital fund to fund that portion of the project.
And then the $1 million. I mean, have we thought what's going to be the consequence associated with? I guess if it's 169 million, it's actually 170 because we're losing $1 million of earnest money.
It'd be 169 plus the $1 million. That's correct. Where the other escrow is subtracted from that.
And so I'm sure we don't have $170 million of savings that we've had from budget.
No, that's right.
So
you're correct.
So where's that? What does that offset, or is that we're going to be looking at rate adjustments next year?
So the funding for that, we will do, the expenditure will be reimbursed through revenue bonds. And I think what you're looking at, so there will be a rate impact. So working with Camille and the New Gen team, the 169 million plus or minus, for a 30-year debt with a 5% interest rate, there'd be approximately a 29-cent per 1,000-gallon increase for that impact. Of course, I do want to mention that there are significant other expenses because we will be embarking on the infrastructure project, which includes water lines, roads, wells, electrical infrastructure as well.
So how much of that, so
the amount I just quoted is just for the 169 million. One of the items that is on the task of Pape Dawson on their task list is to provide a detailed engineer's opinion on probable construction cost, as well as timelines, detailed timelines for project execution. That's on their task list.
So at what point, I mean, and then for the public, would you please explain to them how we came to determine $169,491,700?
So that was part of the negotiation efforts. As you alluded to, Councilman, we've been working diligently with the Evangeline Laguna entity. It's important to note, and I've said this with a number of people, location is important. That proximity to the Mary Roads pipeline is very critical, so there's tremendous value to that. Additionally, and I want to reiterate, this is a condition to close, the transfer, obtaining those permits and transferring those permits to the city is ultra critical and ultra important. And those are all components of that price.
Yeah, I just want to add that we did negotiate the price. So under this, and you mentioned it, Councilman, we worked on several business proposals for the Evangeline Water. Most recently, prior to this one, it was a take-or-pay contract. This one was an outright water right purchase. When we began negotiating with the Evangeline Group, their initial sales price was $197 million. But through several meetings, we got a better price for the ratepayer, and finally ended up on their final and best offer, which was at $169 million.
Did we make an initial offer?
No, they made the initial offer.
Okay, so we just automatically started at their, what price?
We started that, right, we started at theirs. That included an appraisal, if you will, from a recognized firm that we actually tried to use in some of our projects. So there's some documentation, I think it's like 50 page report.
Yeah.
Report that substantiates the starting point of $197 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So they substantiated on that proposal $197 million?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good information. I was going in a direction here, and I got thrown off by you. How much time do I have? 2 minutes, all right, thank you. 2:22. Oh, I used to love that show. Anyway, so it goes over way a lot of people's heads, I'm sure. Okay, so right now, this is assuming that how many wells is this?
So there's 2 existing wells on the property. Those wells were drilled for test pumping and aquifer testing that Interra did. Those wells would be conveyed to the city, and then CCW, the city, plans to drill an additional 22 wells.
22 wells. So assuming that, I mean, from a standpoint that where permits are only received for 10 wells. Now, the agreement says that it says for all wells. So what happens at that point that, let's say, for example, because I was very much on board when there was a royalty requested, because I had thought that 10 to 12 MGD would be workable. And so what is it? And as we're going through this process, so what happens if we only come back with 10 wells or 12 wells?
So the 22 new well permits are a condition of closing. So it's up to the city discretion on whether we close or not.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying then. So then you're going to come back to us and say, I mean, are we going to look at for a reduced cost? Are we going to try and renegotiate that $169 million?
So if there were, and I don't want to interject, I'll always let the attorneys answer this and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but there would be an opportunity to renegotiate if they don't meet the terms of closing. Did I say that correctly, Miles?
Yeah, I would like to say that this ordinance actually has a mandated condition of closing within it. And one of those conditions of closing is that Evangeline Laguna receives final, non-appealable permits required under the San Patricio Groundwater Conservation District's rules for the drilling of 22 new groundwater wells on the real property of sufficient design to produce water for municipal use. Approval for the assignment of that water well production permit issued in the name of Evangeline Laguna, LP, dated 2019 and renewed on January 21st, 25, and a transportation permit authorizing the transport of no fewer than 28,486 acre-feet per year of groundwater outside the boundaries of the district for use within the city of Corpus Christi's service area. So if they don't provide all that in order to close, the staff would have to come back to city council to modify that condition.
Okay, I understand that, but I guess that's the thing. I guess then, once again, what does that do? Because there's a couple things that concern me. I guess number one, I don't know why we have the I wish we didn't have the interlocal agreements tied in with the approval of the terms of this contract. And the reason being, which, I mean, I think I know where it's going to go. I mean, there's the support to move forward with it. But if there wasn't the appetite to move forward with it, then the interlocal agreements wouldn't apply. But anyway, so I'm a little disturbed by that. But okay, that's the way staff decided to do it. What is it then? And that's once again, it goes back to my frustration of the rush. And I think there's some, I feel like, when I was, a lot of times when I started out as a salesman, I was always anxious to get the deal done. And I never suffer from call reluctance. Okay, I'll get back because I got some other questions to ask. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, the rush is because we don't have any water. We're in a drought, and had previous councils did something other than just desal and look for water, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. It is obvious that we have a lot of things to do before we close on both sides. So I'm hoping that happens. I'm glad to see that you've got such a good team with you. It's a great list of people, so I have a lot of confidence that it's going to get done. I was just curious, the water quality. Can Steve Young speak to that?